back into our RimWorld colony here that we are doing a tribalist ritual run. That would be the Charred cult, I believe, was the one we were doing. Mods mismatch. Load mod list from save. What mod did I change? It's fine. But with all that said, what we got going is it is a tribal colony, which means we take a research penalty because we're tribal. And, well, no, it's probably not an order thing. It probably is a difference because I have a save I've been recording a little bit for doing a run for YouTube. That'll be a challenge that'll be, like, really, really too slow to stream. And then I have a different one for on there, and I think there might be a mod difference between the two. So let's pop in here to the Charred, whatever. But basically what we got going on is we started with no research. We've got a tribal start, which means we take, it's like a 50% to our research penalty speed. And then on top of that, we're also the ideology known as Ritualist and Inhuman, which also penalizes our research speed. So we've got that going on. Man, I totally forgot where we were in this entire run. It is amazing how fast you forget everything in like just a day or two. So yeah, so we're working on all that. But the whole gist of this colony is research is horrifically badly penalized on the speed it happens. To such a degree, we're about 3 years in, and I have researched tree sowing, psychic brewing, complex clothing, complex furniture, stone cutting, and electricity. That is the entire list for 3 years in-game. And that said, if we look at Anomaly, I've actually got most of the basic research that I care about done, and we're getting our advanced research going. That said, I am still only starting to get the Anomaly stuff up. Like, this poor thing I've captured here is my primary electric power source right now. I forgot I have the murder ball here. That is a concern. That's painfully slowly? Yes, it is. But what I'm working on right now is we got the murder ball. It showed up to say hi, and I need to deal with that. And so what my immediate plans are is I'm building a bunker that I'm really hoping will work against the murder ball. Because if my understanding of the murder ball's ability to teleport around that is right, I'm hoping what I could do is I could seal everyone in their little closets and then tell the murder ball it's time to go. And everyone cower in their closet in the dark, ducking their head between their legs and openly weeping, and hoping it all works out. That's the plan, at least. The experiment might fail and we might lose the whole colony for it, but there's only one way to find out. Alright. And so we're still building this. I need more uranium. Didn't I have someone who could change materials? Yes. The problem is I have almost no steel, so I don't want them to change materials till I get some more steel. Alright, so we've actually got a lot of progress. Oh, I forgot, we have a Thrumbo as well. That we managed to train. Or tame. And we're getting our next bedroom set up. Which needs marble floors. Well, it doesn't need them, but it's gonna get them. Alright. But yeah, so we've been taking a very different design with this colony. That, just, I don't know, just in general, we're just going a very different direction than I normally go. I do think what I want to do is I want to close off this side. Because if I close off this other side, then this becomes one way in, and that's the other way in. And otherwise, there's no other ways. So that'll make it a little bit easier for dealing with revenants and for controlling the flow of enemies. There we go. Yeah, so if we wall that off, that should help. And I am going to go here and say... no roof in this space. Because we're about to enclose that. But yeah, no, and Lilo, for learning the game, don't worry about half the stuff I'm doing. Half the stuff I'm doing is more involved, advanced crap that you really don't need. And like, the shackling the creatures, that's a DLC. The ideology stuff here, that's a DLC. So it is one of those things that, like, it can be very overwhelming, but a lot of that is DLC stuff. It's taking so much to try and convert people because being inhumanized, we suck at social. It's almost like failing at basic human interaction really undermines the ability for you to communicate with other people in a meaningful capacity. I am converting you both. I'm pretty sure we're trying to recruit you. Shamblers approach. You got 2 Shamblers approaching. That is not a meaningful threat to me. And do I have another weapon in my storage yet? No. That's right. Let's go deal with those Shamblers right now. If it's just 2, let's just do it. They didn't bring enough, and we will sort that out as fast as we can. Cool. Alright, I actually want skulls for once because we chose an ideology that actually likes to spike skulls on that. Normally I don't do ideologies that do, like, dark, grim kind of stuff, but since we are messing with Ritual and all of its new, I'm leaning into learning a lot of that stuff, and a lot of that, you know, you do some pretty grim stuff with Ritual magic. Who would have thunk? Let's go ahead and put a torch there, just so we don't have areas that are dark, because that's going to be important in the long run. Okay. Sniper Spice has made an alarming discovery about the Nocosphere. The entity is showing early signs of instability. Once the Nocosphere starts to become unstable, you can dispose of it by sending it to attack a hostile threat. For a short period, the Nocosphere will hunt down anything nearby, friend or foe. Once its onslaught is complete, it will permanently depart. If it becomes fully unstable, it will no longer, respond to suppression. Basically, Murder Ball. Everybody loves Murder Ball. Murder Ball murders. And it's a ball. It's pretty self-explanatory. Right, and we had the darkness the other day, that's fine too. Alright. So little by little we are starting to get everything brought into the base. I do fully intend to try and swap out our walls from wood to other materials as able. We don't have a lot of supplies laying around. Oh yeah, I need marble for that too. I need everything. And oh yeah, I forgot we had the mutation thing. I feel like, oh right, because we're inhuman we won't care. Right, and wasn't I also missing? Yeah. So literally I have only one doctor, and that doctor's missing a leg. So I haven't been able to do anything about it. Because the other doctors don't have enough skill to even put a peg leg on someone. Oh, I didn't look. What were your skills? What were you doing here? So you're set to maintain only. Why? Who are you? What do you do here? You've got brain scars. Ah, we have used them for rituals. All right. I mean, so it could still take more of your melee skill and be awful and terrible and all that. We can also rob you of your age. It's fine. Right, because you're a bit advanced in age. And so those... That's right. That's right. That's entirely what we were doing. We kidnapped someone from another location. And all those types. So as soon as we get another conversion, we can get Lardine on with us. But yeah, so Born we're just robbing of their skill points and age for the time being. Totally ethical, don't worry about it. And all that. So we're having a raid that's going to attack immediately. They are planning on breaching our walls and destroying everything. They're 100% melee. So let's just go ahead and honestly, it's just going to be a straight up shootout, isn't it? Which isn't the ideal. But we should be okay. They do have a decent amount of numbers, but we also have a Thrumbo, and we've got some other fancy tech. I do hope they cut across in a way that's not way out of the way. That's biocoded? Yeah, it is. What's your range? So you got a little bit yet. So let's adjust our position before they get here. A little bit higher, so we're not quite off to one side as much. That, I didn't even register that they were imps. That's definitely suboptimal. So deal with you. Deal with you. Get you back so you're not being stabbed. Okay. Alright, so we got a couple people took some hits. You got some bruises, you got a mild burn, you got a mild burn, you got some burns. Okay, so generally speaking, everyone's mostly okay. And you're downed. You are a pyromaniac who is incapable of firefighting and is generally not particularly impressive. That is unfortunate for you, because I'm going to capture you and use you for ritual magic. So, congrats, I guess? Alright, so we're putting out the fire real fast. Unwavering prisoner. Don't care. Visitors popping by, that's fine. Stop having fires for 2 seconds. So I also need to make a dedicated hospital. That's one of the things on our list. Because we got this bedroom. We're just about to get to the point that I need a second bedroom. I'm also going to need a dedicated hospital at some point. Okay. cargo pods, and it is chocolate. That's nice. Just getting sky-delivered chocolate, as you do. Okay, it looks like everyone's got their burns all treated, so hopefully we won't be dealing with much in the way of infection. And we can go from there. And so here's hoping we get some rain, and or we can put a stop to the fire spraying again and get near us. Okay, that's fine. That'll be more of the stuff as we put like stone walls in between, get rid of more of the wood walls. We'll have to worry about that less and less. But the issue I have right now is we're just not having enough people working on enough stuff. But that's okay. We're making progress. Our food is in good shape. There's the rain. We only have thrombos right now. It would be good to get something else, but I haven't made a area that we can realistically have a pen quite yet. But that would be something to consider. Oh, good. The de-aging thing is ready. So we have a 14 and a 43-year-old. Okay, if we were to just jump in here and do the de-aging immediately, this is our oldest person. So let's de-age them. And let's see here. You're 100%, 100%, 105%, and 100%. No one has better, correct? Okay. So if I take you and you're 14, that would give me 11 years. If I do it this, it's also 11 years. So it doesn't really matter. So you're going to be our next contestant. And lose some years of your life and become that. RimWorld's DoorDash Sky Chocolate. Absolutely. Yeah, so we're de-aging our oldest pawn. Because they were 63 and I was like, oh crap. Because in RimWorld at 65... you start getting slapped with all sorts of advanced age problems like bad back and dementia and all sorts of stuff. So you definitely don't want your pawn's age to get away that much. Alright, and just like that, you're that much younger. So looking at the other two, who we will not be keeping, you have no skills that I care about. So honestly, there's not really a reason for me to keep you, so you can leave. Meanwhile, you, on the other hand, you do have a pretty decent amount of melee. I actually might just release you as well. Because we get a mood buff for releasing prisoners. It would be good if we could get them to have a, it would be good if we could get someone who actually has, like, 14, 15 skill of something. Just to snipe the skill away. I feel like we should save our resources for that. So we can get these ones out of here. And once they're out of here, we can bring in a new recruit. And you have 7 hours, so you're ready to try again to convert Lardine. We got some tattered apparel. I do have a bunch of crafting people. Yeah, like... And Captain Brody literally focuses on crafting when they're not doing recreation. But they're making clothes and trying to keep stuff up. Let's see, Ghoul Enhancements is the research we got done. We can't quite get to Ghoul Resurrection, but we'll start working on that. So we'll get our serums going. The only reason I wouldn't necessarily want to go with ghouls right now is they only eat meat. And I just don't have meat. So we did get our proximity sensor. We'll go ahead and go for the sleep suppression stuff too. I can't really use the proximity sensor yet because I just don't have a reliable source of electricity quite yet. I do hope to get there soon. We are trying to get geothermal up, but with our extreme penalties on research, that's taking its sweet time. Are you gonna ever be able to get up? No, you aren't, are you? Oh no, you're still fine. It's because I teleported you here and you're still just having a rough go of it. Okay. Come on, convert. Finally. Everyone in the colony believes in the same things. It's been a long time coming. Let's see. Social and medicine up to level 14. But I have to have a bedroom that meets the requirements and full 3 group. So I literally cannot succeed on that mission. So sadly, it doesn't matter what the prize is. It's outside my realm of capability. Okay. Yeah, so skipped abduct has to wait a couple more days. Yeah, so we're missing our art. They don't really care about any of that. This person has human shame because they haven't lost their grasp on humanity quite yet. Missing their art. Missing their art. Human shame. Human shame. Missing their art. Generally speaking, there's almost no meaningful negatives on them. That said, I don't think we'll be able to tame these anymore. Yeah. That's, we recognized last time that because our people are becoming dehumanized, or whatever you want to say, and that takes a severe hit to your ability to tame animals, to socialize and that, we have dropped to the point that I will not be able to keep our Thrumbo tamed. It is eventually going to go wild. And there's nothing I can really do to prevent that. So, in the meantime... Oh, don't do that. In the meantime, we'll keep it around as long as it is, but eventually when it does get to the point that I can no longer keep it, you know, it'll be what it is. I can't do anything to prevent it. If we're lucky, I might get a couple points in animals or get a new person who can keep it trained for a little while longer. Because we can manage to get our animals up to, I think it's like... Oh, no, wait, literally at 12... So I physically won't be able to keep the Thrumbo. Because even if my person has 20 animals, minus 12 leaves them with 8, and you need 10. And so that's the max. So physically, as we go, I won't be able to keep a Thrumbo at all. It won't be possible. So yeah, like I said, we'll keep it for now, as its training starts to fail. Once it gets to the point that it can't meaningfully contribute around here, it will ultimately go away. And there's not, that's because of our ideology stuff, there's not really a way it can work around it. Alright. And we're getting that all closed off, using a bunch of that limestone that we've got sitting around. Which is fine. It's what it's there for. Okay, so that's another way that people could get in that we've walled off. So really, the only ways to get in is through this door, going out towards that, whatever we're calling this defensive position, and then that door. And I do intend on, like, potentially actually making my farms, like, enclosed and all that. So I can, like, literally make it one way in, one way out. Because if I do stuff like that, then things like revenants and all that become way easier to manage, because I know where it's gonna go. Alright, we can actually power this thing. To make some disruptor flare packs. and all that good stuff. Let's honestly make a bunch of them. Because if we can make 5 of them, those flare packs are extremely powerful. It'll trivialize some of the more dangerous encounters. And other encounters will just make it more manageable. What we could do in the meantime is I don't see a reason not to make this a grow zone. Let's go ahead and make this a potato grow zone. And down here, set you to be corn. That way if I have to stay inside my base, I now have a grow zone physically inside my base. Not big enough to really be that meaningful. Now shrink that tile off of it. Not big enough to be really that meaningful, but I mean, it is still a little bit of a grow zone inside our base. But I do think I like the idea of where we've got this down here. I think that's on, yeah, that's on rich soil. Maybe we go down here, I make another, like we've got up here, I make another set of rooms down here where we have, you know, this room is a grow zone, and just kind of enclose a couple of grow zones inside here. That way, again, I don't have to worry about people running up, burning my fields, because I have to fight into my base before they can do that. Alright. So we've got the serum, we've already got that. Let's go for the Mind Numb serum. That's a serum where you can cause people to be incapable of feeling a lot of the emotions and all that. Pretty much its use case is for, where's the serum thing? Serum lab. Its primary use case is just when you're dealing with, someone who is going to be going through a mood break soon, like you know that's going to happen. You can hit him with the serum to prevent it. It kind of just puts him in a mood neutral situation. So that could be useful for when someone has like been, you know, they lost a loved one or they've been hit with like an insulting spree and they're like really pissed off about it. You can be like, yeah, I'm just gonna make you okay for a day or two real fast. Yeah, it's more bioferrite than I have as well. That's a big thing I'm running into immediately is we're using all our bioferrite. Let's look at our gear. Yes, you've got Disruptor Flare Pack, you've got a shield belt. You've got Disruptor Flare Pack. Okay. And we just need way more bioferrite. Oh, you need a light in there. Because we could switch those over to being lights for now. And all that stuff. Yeah, that's getting us some pretty good bioferrite. But that's honestly a thing I'm hoping will be a big thing that we deal with here, is just being able to get more and more stuff captured as a power source slash bioferrite so we can lean into that. Getting all these backpacks will be really good. Oh, do until you have 5? Do until you have 1. That'll be good. That way we keep 1 spare. The other thing I want to do is once we get through our research here, the regular research of geothermal, I do want to get into the gunsmithing pretty quick. Even though the flamethrowers in this game are immensely self-dangerous, I do like the idea of having a couple of those as part of my stuff because there are a number of the enemies who are very weak to fire. And if we're careful, we can absolutely use those to again, take certain enemies and just make them not as big of a threat. Like, I understand the Devourers are really vulnerable to fire themselves. That because fire makes things panic, you can hit them with that, and they'll keep them from eating your people. Oh, I forgot we've got the Doomsday Launcher in here. I don't even remember. Oh, I think we did a quest to get there, because Ancient Danger's still intact. So we got the Doomsday Launcher, and there's been a couple of encounters like, is this the time we use it? Because it's really dangerous. I am deliberately, like, right now, Sniper Spice is unarmed. What's this? Oh, the Love Enhancer. I forgot we even had a Love Enhancer. That I intended just trading away. Because as we make our people inhumanized, they will shirk, like, social interactions. So, like, most of our people are entirely neutral to each other. Which will be interesting, just everyone not caring at all, one way or the other. Okay, so nothing I need to deal with here. Basically waiting for stuff to move forward. Skip abduction can be performed again. Alright. Well, actually, I don't have any more bioferrite, so I won't be doing that. Well, when I get more bioferrite, we'll abduct someone else and see what we do with that. You know what I didn't check? I didn't think to check with the Revenant if the Revenant was particularly vulnerable to hot or cold. Because I wonder if it could be a thing you could bait them into a room that's too hot or cold. And just get them, like, in there at all. And see if you could mess with them. I imagine not, because that'd be too easy to trivialize it. Just have, like, your anti-Revenant room. Right, a Revenant Sickle? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You could do the thing where you'd have, like, a long passage or whatever. You'd run your colonists to the back for when it goes to attack again. And have it cut through a room that's super duper hot or cold. But says they seem immune to heat and they can hit, they can two-hit most wall types. Yeah. So I've done pretty good. I haven't lost to a Revenant yet. For those who don't know, Bloody Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend if we can get a shout out for them. But fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and also been playing a lot of Anomaly as well as Stardew Valley. So definitely worth checking out. Yeah, no, I've the way I've been managing most of my Revenants is, I mean, if I get the tech, like I get like the flares and all that, that makes them not that bad to deal with. But if we just imagine you have like all your base here and everything, but you have this area back here and you've got a room back here of some kind. For the early stages of dealing with the Revenant, basically what I'll do is the moment I know I've got a Revenant on the map, I'll try to guess when it's going to attack, and I will pile all of my pawns back into a corner somewhere and have the Revenant come in. Just that way, when the person gets jumped on, I can dish as much damage into it as possible, because it doesn't seem to recover meaningfully between attacks. So just going back here and just letting everyone onslaught. I also did find it is worth, you know, If I have a pawn, I could sneak in behind, drop the wall behind it. That will smash to the wall in a couple of hits, which isn't that big a deal. But when you have everyone piling in damage, it's worked really well for me. Because there's been a couple of encounters, and I won't spoil them in case you haven't seen them all yet. There's been a couple of encounters that I've found it almost feels like you shirk defense entirely for what is the maximum amount of damage I could dish into targets as fast as possible. And, you know, like, defense later. And Revenant is one of those ones where just like, no, I need maximum DPS. More dots. So, like, if you're doing, like I was just talking about, if you get a room full of chain shotguns, for example, and some strong melee pawns, I don't think you could one and done the Revenant, but you could definitely potentially injure it enough that maybe you could chase it. The one thing I did find that sucks is if you manage to not do enough damage to get it to drop its research thing, that sucks. I ran into that with my first tribal start, trying to hit the Revenant with bows and arrows and like 7 people, and just not even getting a research thing because it didn't do enough damage. It's like, oh god, we cannot do that. I did manage to kill that Revenant, but it took a lot of finagling. Basically, putting what was going to be a freezer and locking the door behind us, i.e. building a wall, and then just meleeing the crap out of it while I was taking someone down. And then I had 2 people chase it and melee the moment I could detect it when I got close enough. And following it all over the map. Have I wiped to any of the anomaly thing? I don't think I have. Because we did the first one, I actually won against the anomaly on a lower difficulty. The second one I attempted, I died to a siege that actually broke the siege, and then realized I had just poked a beehive of like 22 Yatkins. And I did not have myself positioned close enough to get through the door before they caught me. And to say they overran my position, it was like I wasn't even present. They just kind of walked right past me and I was downed. And this is our third attempt, which we've gotten close to death a couple of times, but it's been to mundane stuff like malaria and plague. That by and large, I don't think I've lost anyone to anything that wasn't disease in this run, despite having some pretty spicy fights. And we'll see how this works out. I think this is a meme that's not going to work out well for me at all, but I'm hoping the way this will work out is for just various things being able to pop out here and to shoot from cover when it comes to straight up fight. And then when things close in, being able to use this as a bottleneck behind it. That's the theory. I actually don't have good expectations for it. But that is the theory. Are you ready to mutilate plus? Hey, you know what? I feel like you want one of those scarred arms to not be a scarred arm anymore. I feel like you just want more in your life. I'm also hoping, I'd be really disappointed if there's no legs you can get from it. I haven't seen one. I'm really hoping they have something for you can do for a leg. Because I could see having like a tentacle leg or whatever that gives you certain bonuses. Okay, well we got a flesh mass lung. It's not really what I was going for, but okay, that's fine. But I could see potentially giving you a leg, for example, that you move slower, but it makes you nearly immune to stun. Or potentially giving you a leg that's like, you know, big girthy leg that you get a bonus in melee combat, but your character's slower. I could certainly see that being a thing. I could see, like, getting some type of leg that makes you move faster, but it's more frail or whatever. I could see a lot of different ways they could do interesting stuff. I haven't seen anything though from the twisted stuff that deals with legs. It's just been arms, lungs, stomach, and I think that's it. It's also been interesting. The other one I used, I was getting almost nothing but but limbs, and this one has by itself replaced a lot of lungs and such. I could also go for stuff like having you know, a liver get updated, so like giving you toxic immunity or something like that. Or if not immunity, heavy resistance. I could personally go for having one that you need a pretty significant drawback, but making someone immune to certain diseases. I mean, that's what affecting the lung does. It prevents lung rot. Or corpse rot or whatever. It'd be fun to see like more variety around that. A mega sloth is self-tamed. I don't believe I can keep you tamed, friend. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cut to the chase, and you're gonna be turned into food. How is our... So I think our Thrumbo, I think it's time to say goodbye to Sunnybrook. Because we are no longer human, our animal taming can no longer sustain our Thrumbo. And it's going to have its hauling drop off here pretty soon. And shortly after, it's going to lose its being tamed at all. Yeah, you're at 98% wildness. Yeah, so it is about to no longer be part of the colony whether I like it or not. So I am going to claim its valuable material resources. It has served us well. It deserves better than what we're giving it. But also, it's at a point that we are no longer human. We no longer have feels. So, you know. Humanity break. Just exactly. Has relinquished their last ties to humanity. Embrace your ideology's worship of the void. Concern for health, family, friendship, and love have been broken. They're now inhumanized and will suffer breakdown that they grapple with their new mental alignment. This has been caused by minor pain. They're like, I am in a tiny bit of pain due to a scar. Actually, that doesn't even seem to be causing them pain. Due to, like, they got a flesh mass lung, and that was enough to break them. And just like that, they no longer consider themselves attached to basic humanity. Have you already been switched? Yep. So the person who the Thrumbo was bonded to is already inhuman. So even though we just butchered their pet, their loving pet, they are indifferent with the entire experience. Such wonderful people. Alright. So you're gonna be getting out of here soon enough. Contract prisoner. You are willing to give me a book for ghoul resurrection, a bunch of goodwill or whatever. Unfortunately, you'll be sending wasters after me. That'll come in 2 raids. So the last time I did this, when the raids showed up, they showed up at the same time, and it was a mess. Let's see, to be honest, Flesh Mash, a sentient lung would make me question my humanity. That's fair. I don't disagree with that. It's really hard to convert people with no social skill because we have -12. Just every one of our people has 0 for... Well, actually, I take that back. Lardine has 1 for social. But everyone else has 0 for social because they're becoming inhumanized, which is -12 social. So recruiting people is really hard. That's probably the reason they have the ritual for converting people, or sorry, for recruiting people, because that's probably realistically the only way you're going to get that done in any type of real amount of time. Which is an interesting thing when you think about it, is turning social from a time commitment to a resource commitment. That you have to, you know, use the materials that the DLC gives you to effectively break people's minds. Rolls a 96. You summon a horde of noisy chat trolls into the dungeon, completely overwhelming your opponents. As it was meant to be. Alright, so the Murder Ball Bunker. We're getting that built. We'll see how that actually turns out. Oh, what is your DPS again? I remember it's good. So it's 10.53. Oh, that's gonna be way better than what we have. I don't know which one's the better one to replace, though. 8 and a lot more. Yeah, so it's gonna be better than the Steel Gladius. So go ahead and grab the Thrumbo Horn. Get ourselves some upgrades. Alright, let's start ourselves a little party. Just because we can. And I would like to continue moving our ideology forward. I haven't decided what I'm doing for our third meme. Because there's some options we could definitely take with that. Friendly visitors have arrived to give you a gift, and we had a beautiful ritual, which got us extra points. And so now we're going to do our immensely successful trading with 0 social. It's such a ridiculous thing. What do you even have for me? Do you have anything at all I want? You do not. How about, though, I show you the wonderful world of very worn-out clothing. Thank you for a small pile of money in return for a lot of worn-out clothing. It does clean up a little bit of our storage. Oh, right. I still need to make a freezer. Well, I mean, we don't have a freezer yet, but make a place that will in some point be a freezer. Maybe we put that down here, because I was talking about putting it up there, but this is where all our rich soil is. So I could put it here, make effectively, like, some grow rooms in this area. Dirty laundry economy. Hey, man. Make some decent money on dirty laundry. Not really, but that's what we're doing. Alright, and we got a gift of a machine pistol. You know what? Where did it go? Did they already get it? Honestly, that's good enough for Sniper Spice until we can get you something better. It is a gun. You definitely deserve better than that, and I'm also realizing there was one right there on the shelf the whole time, but... Alright, so we've got a mech hive arriving. Of nothing but scythers, and that was they're gonna prep first. I hate this. So we don't have EMP. No, wait, do we have EMP? I can't remember if this is the one we had EMP or not. We do not have EMP, nor do we have the means of making EMP happen. So, the interesting thing we could do is we could try putting this to use. I don't know if I actually want to. You know what? We should initiate on them. That's what we're gonna do. We're going to rally everyone together. What I'm going to try to do is, if we're quick about this, what we might be able to do is initiate on them, where we might be able to do some damage into 1 or 2 of them before they trigger to attack. Because we actually do have a lot of firepower at pretty good range for this group. And we certainly don't want to get into melee with what we've got here. Yeah, so we're getting some good hits in early. We might even take that one down if we keep shots going on it. They're gonna probably go into combat pretty soon. Yeah, so we got one here that's pretty messed up, so that'll work out for us. I'm actually really happy that we are getting damage spread out between them, because if we down one or two of them, they will respond and just immediately fight back. But by spreading out that damage on a bunch of them, it does mean there's a good chance that when they react, they'll only be... Okay. They are assaulting. So do your best to keep them busy, Draconic. There's way too many coming. All that stuff I said, I retract all of it, because I was hoping we'd actually down one or two of them before they got in here. Please go down now. Those things do so much damage. Okay, so that wasn't the end of the world. How badly you get messed up? Some really bad cuts on you, and you lost a finger there. Okay, so with that, unfortunately, you are my doctor. And I don't think I can get you back home in time without a problem. So we're gonna trade Groots right here. You start working your way home. And the rest of you... Well, that was a bunch of plasteel and all that, so we can put that to use. Alright. That's pretty much what I figured, is that you were going to go down. So rescue them. I don't know why you had wood in your inventory, but that's okay. Haul the Thrumbo Horn back. And then we need to patch up people. Thrumbo meat? Yeah, so because they become inhumanized, we couldn't keep the Thrumbo tamed, so eventually I did have to process our friend. Because they were gonna run wild. So just, it is what it is. But we got the fur and the horn and all that. And who is our cook? Brutes, of course. Sniper can butcher that though, right? Why are you in there, Sniper? Oh, right, that's not a hospital. So you're good there. You didn't get the rest of your bandaging done. So you're relaxing socially. I think not. Keep tending. Until everyone is tended, you... Oh, don't use Glitter World. Why are you using Glitter World? Please stop. Wait, why are you using Glitter World? Oh, here we go. Don't do that. Don't use Glitter World. Do we have anyone else who's still set for that? That must have been from, like, dealing with, like, plague or something like that. Assignments. Okay, everyone else is fine. I think they had, like, malaria or something, and as our only doctor, we're like, alright, we're hitting them with glitter to just make sure they make it through. This is how I think that went. Okay. So we dealt with those mech clusters, alright. I'm pretty sure I have a production spot. We don't, so we can go here. And honestly, for right now, production, crafting spot, that's what it's called. So I don't expect anytime soon to have access to a machining bench. So smash the mechs forever. Because at least then I can get a little bit of steel and stuff out of them. I don't think it's worth me keeping all the mech bodies until we get better materials out of them, just because it could be a long time. Disease infection on my only good doctor. And the torso, of course. And I'm just going to embrace that this is a glitter world situation and be done with it. So tend to them immediately, because they also cannot preach health themselves. Alright, so let's switch that back to normal. I just don't want to risk our only doctor. This game has really hurt the doctors. Yeah, no, it's a shame. Thrumbos are good, but it is one thing I'm realizing, for those who aren't aware, if you are doing the inhuman ideology, just accept you're not going to be keeping animals that are high training requirements. So no Mega Sloth or Thrumbo. Because it's minus 12 animals, which means maxed out, you're going to be at 8. You get the problem there. I'm sure there's some combination of things that you could potentially use, like xenobiology stuff to give yourself a boost in animals, even though you are inhuman, so you have a penalty, and that you could work it out. Yep. Like, you'd be able to do that, but that's going to be some later stuff. The natural thing, if you just get to 20 skill, you'll still be short of being able to keep a Thrumbo chained. Alright, I've got Mind Numb Serum. That'll be good. Even though I don't have Ghoul Resurrection yet, we'll get that queued up for later. I'm not going to be able to do that till we start getting some stuff we can keep secure for a long time on their own. Alright, sorry about that. So you're still leading on your major infection. We have a ghoul attacking. Oh no, it's Chaz. Am I gonna even get here in time to use the guns? I don't think I am. New plan. Ranged, I'll drop back here. You go poke that door to get it open for Chaz there. Where are you going now? What? Why, after I filled you with a bunch of bullets, did you run to go destroy my light? What are you doing right now, Chaz? Okay. Could you stop running away, Chaz? Embrace your fate. Chaz, come on, man. Up, up. Try to fake me out. Sure. That was certainly weird, but okay. Yeah, the ghouls attacking has never really impressed me much. Oh, you ready to use again? Hey, buddy. Let's touch the obelisk and see what happens. Weirdly, it seems to be almost targeting just the stomach and the lungs. Like, really consistently doing so, too. And there's your thrumbo horn, so let's go ahead and get that back. Yeah, that's the thing, is it wouldn't be bad for us to get a ghoul, but I need a reliable source of meat. And I could certainly hunt the map, but we're actually not getting that many animals worth hunting on the map. So it's pretty mixed bag there. I wonder what the easiest way to just replace your walls is. Alright. Because I'd like to start working in that. Skip that spot for right now. Yeah, slowly work on replacing all of our walls with limestone, so it's not just wood everywhere. I remember I always used to run the, it's something like replace stuff or replace this. I can't remember the exact name of the mod, but I used to always run that for this purpose of just, okay, I want to replace my walls. You know, let's do this. Try and be quick about it, though. Replace those working perfectly with 1.5? Yeah, no, I stopped using it before 1.5. Like, I liked it, but, there was some stuff that felt like it should work a little bit different. Not in a bad way, like, wasn't that big a deal. But there's definitely some things that... Hey, Lardine is now one of us. And they broke because they are ashamed of being human. Excellent. Do we have a murder ball? We do have a murder ball. We've already fully researched it. We're just waiting for it to become unstable. We also have what I'm hoping will be a functional murder ball bunker. I have no idea if that's going to work or not. It is an experiment. So it'll either work flawlessly and we'll have no problems whatsoever and everyone will be okay, or it'll work horribly and it might just slow down how many people get killed by the fact that it has to go like room to room to room to kill them. Maybe A, maybe B. We'll find out. All right. And that'll take care of our bonus room here in a moment. I just realized I just ripped all the torches off those walls. It's fine. You hope it works? Yeah, it'd be a pro and a con, because if that works, that makes the murder ball easy to deal with. But at the same time, the fact you have to like make a special little bunker for it, and you'd have to make sure there's room for everyone, and that you can get them all in there. Because say, for example, I've got a person stuck in bed or a prisoner or whatever, I can't easily get them in those places in a lot of cases. Which would mean I would be choosing to effectively sacrifice them. Which, you know, is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Alright. Oh, we don't have cooked food because you're still injured. I was like, why are we not eating cooked food? Okay. It's fine. When Groots gets back up, we'll get them on it. That's kind of the big thing we're dealing with, is we just don't have enough versatile people who can do lots of stuff. Starvation. We'll go eat. Oh, you have a permanent spine injury. Boo. Poor guy is sitting here like has a spine injury, is missing a leg. Lardine is ever so slightly able to make peg legs now, or do peg legs now, but is most likely just gonna fail it a bunch. Alright, so let's move this light back down here. Oh, don't disassemble it, just move it. Get that extra wall down there replaced. Just work through it little by little. You should be getting out of here soon, right? Oh, no, you're forever here. So Born, I hate to be the one to tell you this, friendo, pal. You know, unfortunately, you're what we refer to as a forever stayer, and I don't really want you here. So, unfortunately, I have that weird situation where I can't actually release you because I've caused you a little teeny tiny bit of severe brain damage. So hear me out real fast. I am probably... Oh, actually, I can ghoul infuse you. That's interesting. I'm assuming the brain scars and all... Well, I mean, we could check that out. Well, these are all nice. I just don't have the construction materials. Okay, so we managed to study. We can now deactivate if we want. I don't want to, though. Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. The murder ball, the fun of it is, it's like the whole duality of, on one end, there's not many things it won't win against. Like, very genuinely, I feel like some of the strongest mech clusters out there, it will just solo with little to no risk to itself. So when you have that raid, you're like, oh god, I cannot, you're like, this is it, this is the end kind of thing, like that scale of raid, you can just hit the button and be like, yeah, never mind. Alright, so we got most of that replaced. We got a little bit of wood here, and then the prison's wood. I can't really do anything about the prison being wood until, you know, there's no prisoners living in it. Okay. Let's see, can you not age them until they're so elderly they die? I could, except I have no more bioferrite because I have been working on getting all my people the flare packs and other supporting gear because they're immensely powerful. Alright. And so Lardine has gained themselves a tentacle. Congrats, Lardine, on your brand new tentacle. And now, because you are in humanization, you don't care. You're totally cool with having a tentacle. It's just like, this is the way it was always meant to be. Alright, we got Ghoul Resurrection already researched. I don't think we'll use the bioferrite generator, but we'll go ahead and research it as well. I could also see needing more storage. Let's see, we could turn them into a ghoul. It's handy because then we don't need to convince them to join us. Well, this person we're not convincing to join us anyways. This one I want to convince them to join us as an imp because later on I would like to do the genetic stuff. Wait a second. Right, yeah, that's fine. So this goes here. Boom, 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 boom. So I can go ahead and get that all set up. And then we'll get the next area, start working on it. Because that'll be good, then I don't have to worry about all the fires outside causing me any grief. Now to deconstruct those corners, which will be fine. Alright, so we gotta sort out the storage here. So, this is an extra bedroom in the works. I still need... right now, we'll just make a storage room here. The big problem I'm running into is simply a lack of materials. Alright. And we're working on it, but we're not quite there yet. And I know it's actually worthwhile to just literally make the whole room solid with the storage shelves because there's no penalty for crossing over. Sorry, there's only a penalty for the initial step of crossing over, not continuing to cross over. But hear me out, aesthetically I just like it better having that, so we're just doing it anyways. That's fine. And you've already got to build a light in there, you just haven't done it yet. Why aren't you building that light, by the way? You've got steel. Oh, the wall's not done. Right. Is that a murder ball? It is a murder ball. Right, we don't have the uranium to finish the wall, and I do have the thing where I can transmute metal, but I also don't have enough metal to be worth transmuting. Like, I need the steel. Alright, so, hear me out. I would like you to try, once again, to mutate your arm, or something that isn't a lung or a stomach. Cool. You did get yourself a brand new arm. Congratulations. Yep. We did get the prefix changed. When I first set up my emotes, just the prefix Rual wasn't available. I don't know who had it, but just it wasn't available, so I had to like kind of settle on Rual ST. And I was having a conversation with Ultrasource the other day, you know, and we were just talking about like emotes and all that kind of stuff, and I had mentioned, you know, that like I tried to get a hold of that one and I wasn't able to. And she's like, "Oh, it looks available now." I was like, "You're what?" And sure enough, it was whoever had it before either got kicked off the platform or gave it up and changed their name, or I don't know what happened to them because I don't know who it was. But it was available again. So now just the emote prefix is Rual, which is a lot easier than Rual ST. Okay. And meanwhile, we need to go in here and get you all set up. Make sure we don't have power running underneath there they gotta worry about. We don't. Get all those wood walls replaced. Then it'll be just the bedroom and the prison. I do wonder with the flesh whip stuff, like, so if I've got a really good melee weapon, and then I also have 2 flesh whips, like how much of a difference that makes in melee, like how much that will help us. Okay, Serum Lab. Yeah, so all of those require Bioferrite, which I don't have. I will want to keep one of these on hand at all times once we get to that point. We won't be able to yet. Oh, you also need power? And a lot of it. Go ahead and turn off the power on that. I didn't watch that, it's fine. For right now, I'm not going to be using it anyway, so we'll just turn it off. It's there when I need it. It's fine. Royal Tribute Collector. I don't have anything for you. We've got that segment done. So our stonecutter's doing their best. You're noticing there's not many stone chunks anywhere nearby. We are fast obliterating all the stone chunks on the map. We'll get there. It'd be nice if we get one of the people who does unnatural healing, because that would be extremely useful in this run for what we're doing right now. I think of the abilities I've seen, Unnatural Healing is one of the strongest. That said, the one I've got right now where we can make the flesh beasts is not bad, because it is something where, like, if you have 2 ranged lines, you can literally just be like, one of your people is now an enemy. And just kind of... When I say what are people, what are their dead people? Yeah, no, an actual another healer would be nice. We got really lucky on that first run where we got 2 of the blind unnatural healers, because I was literally able to use them to just fix each other and, you know, take away all the negatives that they were supposed to have, which was pretty sweet. But I think that was just extremely lucky RNG. The German translation for Flesh Whip caused a huge turmoil in the German RimWorld community because it's quite inappropriate. Excellent. That's usually why you always want to bring a native speaker of a language as much as possible to run through doing your translations. For stuff like that where, you know, the native speaker goes, hold up, you do not want to use that translation for that. It might be technically correct in the word replacement kind of way, but the implications are not the same. That's pretty much what I figured, is that it was a they got auto-modded, but basically the translation for the Flesh Whip got translated into what was effectively a term for male anatomy. The moment you said it had that, I'm like, yep, I can already see where this is going. So, as a bunch of us are no longer human, is there anyone who still isn't human? Or is still human? We got one left. We got one left who is human. I'm willing to bet we can now execute this person. Since they're never leaving, we've caused too much brain damage. And I'm willing to bet only the one will have a problem with it. Nope, nobody cares. We've reached that level of absolute degeneracy that we just don't care. Innocent prisoner? It's fine. Strider, what does that do with anything? If I've never mentioned being like, let me go ahead and just mess with firearms in ways they're not meant to. I know you like to be random, but that literally has nothing to do with anything. There's random and there's these are invasive thoughts getting out. You video watched? Cool. That has nothing to do with anything else going on around here. I'm glad you find the videos that you enjoy and all that, but there's a lot of times where you mention stuff from videos out of context that's just like, what? Hey, buddy, I'm gonna go ahead and have to talk with you right there. I don't think you're gonna leave right now. Yeah, buddy, you're not leaving. As much time as I put into working on bringing you into the fold, you're not leaving. Did we seriously knock your leg off? We meleeed and took their leg off. Excellent. I even kept our actual melee pawns out of it so they couldn't, or the likelihood they did damage would be lower. Alright, so we've got a new person here, who is depressive, incapable of violence, has no meaningful skills. I'm gonna be clear to you, buddy. I don't want you to stay. Have you ever seen a blue Yad Kid? You either? Until you saw one in another streamer? Very well could have been mods. I actually don't know what colors they can come in naturally. Because I definitely know there's a bit more exotic colors you can get for some of them. But, we have had a lot of stuff where people be like, oh, you know, what about this thing? It's like, that doesn't happen on the normal settings without mods. And I'll be like, yes, it does. And I'll be like, no, wait, never mind. No, it doesn't. We get that a lot. Which it's understood with as much as people do mod here and how much of them tend to be like just like allow tool. The things that come with allow tool, the number of times I got asked like, why aren't you doing this? And it's like, well, I don't have any mods. You're like, well, no, it's the base game. And you're like, oh wait, never mind, it's a mod. Which I get it. When you run those mods for that long, it does start to blur the line of what is and isn't the base game. It's real easy to mix those up. But yeah. Defoliator ship. And there's a lot of militars. And I do not have access to EMP. Hold back, no punches. I didn't call anyone out specifically. It's a thing that happens a lot, and not only with RimWorld, like Project Zomboid a lot. There's a lot of times, because the worst thing is like, why aren't you doing this thing? You really need to be doing this, so like, that's a mod. And the number of times I've had people accuse me, it's like, no, it is 100% vanilla. It's like, are we gonna sit here? I bet you it's a mod, and it ends up being a mod. That happens in Farm Sim, it happens in this, it happens in Project Zomboid. Any of the games that have a strong modding community. Kenshi, it happens in. It's just there's certain mods that like are so universal that people forget that functionality in the game is a mod. You know, which is fine. Advanced lights research done. For the record, I wasn't researching that directly. That was from a book we were reading. Oh wow, floodlights are amazing. And they only take that. How much power do you use? How much power does a floodlight take? 50 watts. Honestly, that's not bad. $17 militars. So we definitely have better firearms than the militars have, but that is a significant amount of numbers, and I don't have flak vests or better. So if we get hits, they're gonna be bad. Alright, they are destabilizing. Well, before we get super far into the run, with our experimental defense strategy, I've got these dangerous militars on my map, and I have an untested means of dealing with our problems. So let's change it from untested to tested. Alright, so here is the plan. Draft everyone. Can I pick you up? I forgot I can't pick you up by default. I really don't want them to die at the last second. We're okay for now. But this is destabilizing now. I'm pretty soon not going to be able to maintain it anymore. When it starts to get to the point of critical, if we haven't brought that person over, well, they're not. Wait, did I capture that person? I don't want to capture you. I wanted to release you. Get out of here. Exotic goods trader. Release the orb anyways. I mean, we certainly could. A metal horror is emerging, slicing through the flesh and skin. This nightmarish bladed creature is cutting its way out of its host. The metal horror is emerging. So Vincent had a metal horror in them and arrived with it inside with the intent of infecting other people. And I guess because I kicked them out of the colony immediately, we just didn't get hit with it. That'd be nice. In the meantime, let's go ahead and just drop in here and make that not a me problem. Okay, we're good. Is that you're really not great at killing that thing. Divert. Oh, I'm out of beds. That's the reason we end up capturing them, is I actually hit the wrong thing because they're out of beds that are in good spots. Okay. So rescue this person. I'll be taking your food. Capture that person again to patch him up and release him again. And we got ourselves some bioferrite and a shard out of that. There's something regarding the metal horror. The said streamer fighting 6 mech centipedes with his last breath using just 3 pawns managed to beat them just for Randy popping metal horrors to finish them. That means there's a good chance that they already had a metal horror in them that went undetected. And go and use the thing. Okay, we're gonna release you again. Oh, they got someone else to... So we got 2 flesh whips. So we have our melee pawn has 2 flesh whips, a flesh stomach and a flesh lung. And let's see here. And our moving is terrible because of her bad spine and our missing right leg. That poor person needs all sorts of healing. Let's try to go ahead and trade with them before everything goes sideways. I also just realized I could have just poked the militars and been done with it. And I should have done that already, and I haven't. And I probably missed my opportunity to do so. So you have cooking XP, sleep suppressor. We're already able to research that fine. We can get a drill arm. Go ahead and take the love enhancer we borrowed. Let's see. Principles of bow making I don't really care about. I forgot we had a book for air conditioning too. Give me the glitter world. Certainly I'm gonna need more of that. Let's see, yeah, they arrived along with vampires, so a non-anomaly event. Yep. Well, that was a drop pod, like a normal drop pod thing. And it's just the normal drop pod thing came with a an undesirable surprise. Increase our psychic powers feels like that'd actually be good for this run. So honestly, we go with that. Haul this. Haul that. And hear me out, Captain. Let's be fast about this. We don't have much time. I should have already done that if I was going to do this. You can move meaningfully speed. You don't move that fast, but we're going to do it anyways. What we're going to do is pop on down here. Crack one shot at that. And run for the hills. Everyone else, run for the hills. And let's hope we didn't wait too long. Because Captain Brody is bringing friends. Oh, they didn't stay angry. That's not how this is supposed to work. They're supposed to follow me into this. Okay, well that's fine. Well, once these people get out of here, we're releasing the murder ball. Because I'm thinking they'll be still hurt enough to be downed, I believe. And if they're that hurt, then where are you going? Where are you going? That's fine. Now, it still could work out if they decide to leave going down this way. But the odds aren't great of that. Yeah, one more tick is all it would take to deal with the person. Yeah, so they're just walking straight off the edge. Okay. So with that, they're about to leave, and then it's murder ball time. I'm hoping I can unassign the bed and they'll still be downed, because then I'll be allowed to carry them. If not, we'll have to figure it out. Oh, are you also downed? I didn't think about this part. Alright, we gotta wait till Platy's out of here. Disease infection on Platy. Don't do that. I was quite surprising that these horrors stay hidden from such a long time being unnoticed. He was playing for like 6 hours straight with them. Yeah, so what ends up happening is specifically that event, it warns you that it takes a long time to figure out who has it. Because that's the danger, is that they'll keep spreading to more and more people very slowly. If they made it fast, then it would wipe out your colony super quick. But it does, like, it makes you paranoid going like, I need to deal with this. So we got a group that's going to prepare to attack. So you know what? The murder ball's coming out. Best of luck to you, Korix. You've taken entirely too long to get anywhere. And I need to test this theory. So here is the plan. All of you, get into your rooms. Sniper, send in the murder ball. You know, we'll just teleport over there. Because if this plan works, we'll be fine. If the plan doesn't work, well, we're hosed anyway, so it won't matter. Get into your rooms. Get into your rooms. Everyone into the bunker. Just the turkey just hanging out, just getting caught in a friendly fire. Okay, so the hope is that it goes down that way. I might have goofed that up, and it might go into where we're hiding in our bunker. Just a precaution. All doors are shut down. Okay, so we might actually be alright. It might have been slowed down enough that I don't even have to worry about it. So the good news, bad news of the situation is the good news is the problem has passed. The bad news is actually counting on that to deal with this problem, and it didn't. And we also didn't actually learn if this worked or not. So that's not great. Go ahead and toggle the power off for this building. And toggle the power off for that building. So the issue is I gotta deal with this. It's gonna slowly increase the area. That is kind of a scary thing. It wouldn't be so bad if I had some, what are the tower rooms? Yeah, basically the idea for this is I want to be able to have them in there, because my theory is the murder ball doesn't seem to want to teleport into areas that are occupied by your pawns or furniture. So my theory is if I put you in a 1x1 space with no openings, the murder ball will just teleport into one of these other spaces or wherever it can get to nearby. And then because it cannot get line of sight on you or do anything like that, it may just teleport around you and do nothing. That said, I have no idea if that actually is the case or not. But that is my theory. Alright, when the rain goes away, I'm gonna need to do something about this. We can ignore it for a little while, but eventually it will need to be dealt with. Because it will progressively get worse and worse. But that's fine. In the meantime, let's go ahead and change our zones. Expand Area 1. So Area 1, we're going to rename. Because what Area 1 is the something is bad outside, stay inside the building zone. And I need a new zone. So rename indoors. I'm gonna make a new area as the danger zone, of which I will expand that to include this corner. And then we'll go to our zoning. And we'll invert that. And choose OK and schedule, and everyone's locked into the danger zone. So what that basically means is this corner's off limits. That's all that means. Let's make sure we actually got that set far enough away. Yeah, let's just be a little extra cautious. Okay. So with it set that far away, we shouldn't go down to that corner. Eventually, I'll need to deal with that defoliator. For the time being, I'm just going to let it kind of sit. We might end up getting lucky and something attacks from that direction or whatever. Oh, did you... Alright, you're not ready to mutate more people. And we're right about to get this person converted, and then we gotta start recruiting them, which will take forever. Okay. Just making my dinner happen real fast in between stuff going on. So I'm gonna start trying to convert this person, or sorry, to get them to join. Unfortunately, the person here we tried to save is not gonna make it. But that's okay. It's fine. They can feed the trees. That's it. I'm going to strip them now. Because with our ideology, we don't care about clothes being tainted or not. It's fine. Hey, Viper, how's it going? What can we skim off the power? I turned those off. I've turned those off. Oh, it's Solar Flare. No, it's not Solar Flare. Solar Flare's ended. Because the only things in here were the only things that add to the power use. And they're turned off. Oh, they're not. There's your problem. So that can be toggled on. Because that only produces power. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to chip them down to only like 0.4 per per attempt and whatnot. And we'll need more materials. We got the plasteel over here. Yeah, so we're gonna be in a little bit of a holding pattern in the short term till we manage to get some of these things sorted out. We are hurting on a lot of the various materials now. It is what it is. We can go ahead and pop down here and deconstruct that. Any more structures I can tear apart? Not really. Floors. Remove floor. Okay. And the foliator ship is continuing to just kill all the wildlife. That's fine. I will need to deal with it at some point. One thing that will help is it will help get rid of some of their cover. Does that pawn your convert have social? Do they have social? No. That said, even if they did, the moment we've got them convert... Well, actually, sorry. They would have had some, but we got rid of it. So they had 10, but because they are, they're inhuman or whatever. No, never mind. No, I can't actually tell. No, you're not converted. But basically, if they had some, it wouldn't matter because the moment they became inhumanized, it would immediately bottom out again. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so we're basically just stuck waiting for stuff to get processed, mined, and all that. It's just gonna take time. And that's part of because our research is slow, we still don't have proper electricity. Yeah, inhumanization is minus 12 social. Hey, look! The sphere is back. How you doing, sphere? Welcome back to the team, friend. It's good to have you. And just like that, may the bioferrite once again flow. Or be collected in a non-liquid manner. I think almost everyone should have a disruptor pack at this point. Yeah, we're only missing one disruptor pack. Because I really like the flares. They're just useful for so many situations that having a bunch of people with them is going to be good. I'd rather get Groots onto a shield belt, but in the interim, as a secondary option, we certainly could do worse. I just realized I don't actually want that there. Okay. Alright, bioferrite generator, we've got salt. So we have the atmospheric heater. This will produce enough heat to warm the entire region. So we're not going to worry about that. The metal blood serum can be fun. Insanity weapons can be fun. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to choose ones and just let them roll because I'm not really worried about the last stuff. The downside is I still can't run that. This is giving 720 watts. You have 410 extra. Okay. I didn't think we were going to get that much extra. That's fine. So I'm definitely going to need to decide how I want to connect the next part of the base. Because I do feel like I want a gap in here for our grow area to be internally inside the base so we can work our way around it. Even though I will be giving up the rich soil. That's fine. But, I'll definitely want to, like, cap off this side to move it over. To try and limit the number of entrances into our base for revenant purposes. It'd also be good to get the obelisk inside our base. That would be kind of fun, so I don't have to run out and expose my people to danger. Either way, I think we'll wait on expanding the base. I still need more uranium. A distress signal. Alright, so we've got a distress signal nearby. These have proved very lucrative for us in the past. That is very close. So let's send a caravan, send it back, except, sadly, we can't send everyone. So, Groot's is our main doctor, missing a leg, and all that. And honestly, just about everyone else can go. We'll leave Sniper Spice here since the worst equipped. We should have plenty of food and all that. So go ahead and head out. So basically, everyone is packing in and heading out, except for Sniper Spice, who is our researcher, and Groot's, who is our cook. I don't really have an immediate need for a lot of the other stuff, so I shouldn't have to worry too much. And because they just needed food, they just grabbed stuff and they got off. And also, Groot's missing a leg would slow down the caravan a lot. But my hope is we'll get over there, we'll get a couple of goodies, and bring those back with us. Okay. Hey, Sniper, go get yourself a brand new limb. Congratulations on your flesh tentacle. Alright. Okay, so... got a decent number of enemies here, and a bunch of the base. Alright, so we do have a lot of firepower here. I need to watch the edge of the map so I don't accidentally walk off of it. Now, if we kill everyone here, then we can caravan anything we can carry out of here. And like I said, I've gotten really good luck about getting lots of equipment out of these. Come on. Got two more over here. I think that's the last bit on the map. Alright. And then there's just you. Alright. So with that, start checking all the doors. Got some batteries over here. Okay, we've got all of you. And that should reveal the last area down there. Alright, so you want money. Go give them their money. Alright, so we've revealed everything for the most part. Let's form our caravan. Head out, except travel supplies. We have plenty of food to get home. Let's actually grab the meals that won't go bad. We can grab the shard and the plasteel. That's definitely worth grabbing. Weapon-wise, we've got 2 heavy SMGs, an incendiary launcher, a bolt-action rifle. We got a big old pile of silver. We've got a pair of batteries that'll be useful. That would be all of our weight if we took the fire foam poppers. I could also take the small sentries, which are worth a bit. I don't care about the fermenting kegs. I can't put them to use. So I'd rather get the guns here. So let's grab the guns. And let's grab you two. That's ever so slightly too much.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Leafy Pew.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Leafy Pew. Wait a second. I'm pretty sure Leafy Pew was subbed. I am so confused what's been happening, because I know you had like your Prime sub, and then you upgraded it, and you did all that stuff. Twitch is being weird, but either way, thank you, Randall Thor, so much for the gifted sub. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So I don't know what's happening, because I'm pretty sure you had a Prime sub that you upgraded to a regular sub, and that was within like under a month. So I don't know what's happening with that. So either way, thank you so much for that support. I have no idea what's going on with that. Hopefully it's just like the activity feed being totally wrong or whatever. I mean, no, the activity feed shows right. I don't know. That's my entire answer. I don't know. I just work here.
I don't know either, but have some bottle caps.
Thank you, Darkstrider, for the 1100 biddies kicking off a hype train. I really do appreciate that. That does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, I have no idea what's going on with that, Leafy Pew. Something is not working the way it's supposed to on Twitch's end. Alright, so we did manage to get everything going, and we've got our group coming back to Doomed from the start. Bringing a lot of guns, bringing a lot of batteries and other technology. So that's good news, is I'll be able to drop some batteries in the room here to help offset that. I'll probably plunk the battery, I think, here and there and see how that goes. That should buffer things a little bit, that I can get away with a little bit more. Yes, thank you so much for kicking off that hype train. And I'll have to go through and figure out how many Legos I owe. What I'll probably do here in a minute is I'll take a restroom break, and after the restroom break, I'll get the Legos sorted. And we'll do all that stuff, because I know I owe, what is it, 10, 12, 13, yeah, 13 Legos, I believe. Because Sentient Cookie dropped 100 biddies earlier. But like I said, I'll wait till after the hype train, use the restroom, all that sort of stuff, we'll get that going.
Add 2.
Thank you, Random Thor, for the 200 biddies. I appreciate that as well. That puts us up to 15 Lego pieces, although after, like I said, after the hype train and after I use the restroom real fast, we'll get that all going. Yeah, so when the return party gets back, I'm gonna plunk the batteries down in between these. Well, that's not what you want to see. Yeah, broken ferrite harvester. But yeah, so definitely I've been finding that that event where they're like, oh no, there was a disaster at this other place. It's almost definitely worth sending just about anything you feel you can get away with sending, just so you have as much carry weight back, because you can easily score a bunch of turrets and batteries and, you know, get a bunch of guns and all that. So I can feel like, honestly, even pretty late in the game, getting several thousand worth of guns is not a thing that, you know, to shake a stick at. Like that's a pretty solid response. All right. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to look around for a prompt. Okay. Because like at first I was scared to get involved, and I've only seen it so far be the biomass, whatever it's actually called. That's the only one I've seen it be. Oh, I just realized these were here the whole time. If we got unlucky and we had caravan on or off that corner, that'd be dead colonists. So that was unintentionally bold of me. So battery there. Battery there. We can install the foam popper here. You can go ahead and upgrade to a heavy SMG. It'll get you on a heavy SMG as well. We made progress studying the sphere. We just did the sphere like a couple minutes ago, so I'm not going to worry about too much. I'll put a foam popper there.
Thank you, Feroignis, for subscribing for 8 months.
Thank you, Pharaoh Ignis, for subscribing with a tier 3 sub. That is incredibly heckin' generous of you, so I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing that. Adding an extra 6 points towards our Plus program, leaving us only 5 points to go before it's just done. That third month will be locked in and sorted and done. More than likely, we already have someone who's subbed at that they just haven't had it pop up yet. But you get the idea. The big point is we're almost there, and I cannot wait to be like, it's done. I don't have to think about it anymore. I don't have to worry about it anymore. It's just sorted. Okay. So what we're going to do is first, actually, we're gonna have you talk to them, and then while they're here, we're gonna go poke the militars. You have a health problem?
Thank you, Ian, for subscribing for 10 months.
And thank you, Ianek, for...
Rual.
Thank you so much, Ianek, for the 1 month of tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that as well. Pushing us over the 100. So we should be locked in. We should be sorted. Now, to be clear, we don't have the official number yet. That'll come after a couple of hours. More than likely by the end of the stream, we will see that. But I am super hyped about that, because then I don't have to worry about it anymore at all. It's just done. Thank you, Random Force, for the 200 biddies. Someone's gonna have to catch up to what I... Well, actually, no, it'll be easy. I'll just take whatever the final result is, and I'll add one more Lego piece onto it because of the one earlier. And thank you, Nick, for the next 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. And kicking us up to a level 4 hype train, we're up to. I have lost track to what I was doing in the game as that happens. We already had the batteries assigned. Oh, I was gonna grab... We already got you assigned. I thought there was one more fire foam popper that was just dropping him in all the rooms. I was worried about stuff burning because I got him for freezy, so why not? Oh, right. I was going to trade you real fast, and then I realized I sent the one person who has significant health problems that preclude them from being good at doing so. So instead I'm going to send someone else to do the trade, And then once the trade is over, I'm just gonna give those militars a poke to try and trigger them into attacking. And, you know, get a little assistant with our army of militars. Okay.
Yay. Rual chaos.
Thank you, Pharaohingus, for the 100 biddies. I really appreciate that, causing some chaos. And thank you, Darkshider, for another 1,000 biddies. Make sure you're... I know I keep saying this. Make sure you're taking care of yourself financially, Darth. I know you keep dropping biddies like they're hot, and I really do appreciate it. But I just want to make sure you're taking care of yourself first. Very genuinely. But all that said, thank you so much for all of those biddies. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so we can get a book for animals. That would be good. I don't... A bionic spine I actually need. So you can have... No, I want that. You can have my Doomsday Launcher. If I can make this, I do need a bionic spine. And it's going to be a long time till I can get one. And the reason I need a bionic spine is we do have a shattered spine in our people. But thank you so much for all that support. It does mean a heck of a lot. But what am I going to give up? I could give up the shards. I don't really want to, but I only have to give up some of them. I think we do that. I mean, actually, I have those trees. Let's do this. And give up the seed. I already got the trees. Let's do it. So grab the bionic spine, because I have need for it. The issue is, the person who needs it, I don't have a good enough doctor to be worth the risk to do it. Alright, so be quick about it. Okay, so you're probably our fastest person here, right? Oh, let's get Captain. You're very slow. Let's just do it this way. Get everyone but Ghost and Captain, because they're the slow ones. Get everyone else involved. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and get the militars. Thank you, Randall Thor, so much for the 1,000 biddies. That is incredibly generous of you. I really do appreciate that. We're up to a tier 5 hype train, and that's been a long time since I've seen one of those. So thank you so much for all of that incredibly generous support. It does mean a whole lot that everyone would be, you know, so willing to just chip in so much.
Yay.
And send you cookie with Send you cookie. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. But I'm super hyped that we're actually locked in for come on, shoot. Alright, start retreating. Stop there. Shoot some more. Don't let them back off. Keep shooting. I need you to get mad. I'm trying to cause them to aggro us. Yeah, 60-40 is big. Like, that is huge. So thanks so much for that. I'm super excited about that. I'm super excited to not have to be, like, constantly reminding about the plus points and all those kind of things, and just be able to, like, stream per normal and not have to worry about it. It's nice to know that, like, you know, we got all that time in, and it's not just gonna be one of those things, that, you know, we'll get 2 months in and then fall short the last month and suddenly find ourselves, like, with a major setback. Oh, are you here? Are you here? No, you're not. Stop teasing me. Get in here. I'm trying to bait you into my enemies. Well, I mean my friends. Look, it's confusing sometimes. I mean, genuinely, I'm just gonna piecemeal you little by little by doing this. I mean, heck, we've almost got you wiped out. I don't get why they're not actually, like, aggroing. We've got them knocked down. There's, like, 19 of them. We're down to, like, 6 or 7 left. I was waiting for just, like, the one shot off and to be, like, brained. Character dead. Because that'd be my luck. Okay, we'll just go ahead and win it. Alright, so you did take a hit. Honestly, you go ahead and just get yourself patched up. You also took a hit. Go ahead and get yourself patched up. You go poke it. But thank you so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate that. I do appreciate all those tier 3 subs and tier 1 subs and bits and all the other things. Locking us in, finally, for the Plus program. We're set. We're good. Like, I have to wait till the official number drops. But, we should be good. We should have it. We should be at 101 points, and I only need 100. It doesn't matter how much I go over. Once I pass that line, we're good. So, I have 3 subs. So that's... Oh, geez. So we're at 41, 42 Lego pieces I gotta do. So give me 2 seconds to use the restroom real fast. We'll knock out those Lego pieces, and I'll be right back. That might finish the kit. We'll see. All right, bear with me. I need to use the restroom, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back, and we'll get those Legos done. And thank you again so much. It really does mean a whole lot. You have no idea how much this just, like, takes that burden off my shoulders to be like, okay, we're good. It's locked in. It's done. I don't have to worry about not quite crossing that finish line. We are crossed it. All right, I'll be back in a minute. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by 1. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record way about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much for all right. I need to go through and do cleanups of those clips. Like, it feels like I went through and I got all my clips cleaned up. I wonder if maybe some of the clips that went missing got sorted out. All right, so I owe 42 Lego pieces, which is an expletive large number of Lego pieces. So where the heck do we leave off? I put this thing here. Well, that moves. That was the last thing I did. So now I need to figure this out. So I need one of these that's like 6 spots on it. No, 7 spots on it. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, go here. And then we have 5 there. Oh, that's pretty funny. In the instruction manual, it even has like, it's like this one, not the other one. It is trying to make sure you don't make the mistake of putting the wrong piece in there because it's like 2 pieces that are very similar. Alright, so I assume... Where do you want me to put you? So you want me to go... Showing it going around here. Oh, I see. This goes 1 higher than I put it. I did mention as putting it there that I couldn't really see where it wanted it. Alright. And this is also wrong. I'm doing great so far. Just putting all pieces the wrong places. Don't mind me. So that's 5. So from here... I have 6. Well, 6 because we counted when I put a piece on there. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's gonna go through here. 2, 11, 12. Come on, you can do it. There we go, 12. 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, come on, 18, and that goes there. No, it can't go there. Where are you connected? A lot of these instructions, they show it from the same angle I'm looking at it. And the issue is you can't see at all what you're doing. Which is a problem. What the heck do you want from me? Yeah, even looking at it closely, still no idea. Okay, so I think what I actually need to do is... No, I can't go like that. Let me double check one last step. Ah, I see it now. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on here. Let me get that fixed. So we're doing this. So this is not in the right place. We have to just pull this whole thing off to separate it. There we go. Take that off. Put you back where you go. And now this goes up ahead by 1. And you go down here. I've forgotten what Lego piece I was on. And then now you go here. Alright. That's a strange looking moose. Yep. You blame the mice. Alright, I was on something like 16. I don't remember exactly what it was on. So it wants me to take this and shove that through. Don't know how far, but it wants me to shove that through there. Does anyone remember what I said? Was I at 16? Was that where I'm at? That's what I'm gonna go with if I don't hear anything, because I genuinely don't remember. Because I got distracted trying to figure out what I had missed of the steps. Alright, I'm looking for a piece there in the meantime. There you go. I'm gonna assume it's 16 until someone corrects me, so we'll go with 17. 18. And 19. 20. So we got that thing. 21. 22. 23. 'I don't think that's quite finished the kit, but it's gonna be close. 23, 24. We learned, I think, of the last time. You actually end up with way more, like, you'll think you're almost done, and the pieces end up going way farther than you think. 24, 25 goes here. 26. 27. Alright. 27 goes up here somewhere. And goes like that. $28, I think. There's nothing else going there? No, you go here. 8. Weird that you had me add that now, but okay. 29. Just popping that in there. Then putting it here. And then 30. 30 is there. Okay, so I've got another set of these again. And that thing. Okay. This will be 40. 41. 42. And that will go on this spot here. Why are you fighting these? Something wrong? No, that's right. Why is it fighting that angle so badly? Really doesn't want to do it. Oh, because it's wrong. That's why I was like, this doesn't feel right. Okay. That goes underneath it. I understand. Because I'm probably going to build the rest of the structure on this side to match that side. And then there's a bunch of, like, fancy bits to make it look nice. Alright, so I believe I believe I am caught up. If I have robbed you of pieces, please correct me if I'm wrong. Let me see here. So we had 41, 42. Yep, no, that should be it. We should be good. I am trying to be honest about it, but I'm also terrible at counting. So there's all that. So we did manage to defeat the militars relatively easily. Relatively easy. We only got 2 people who took hits because I just went for it when they just weren't backing down. Alright, so orders allow... Whoops. Camera died again. I wonder what's going on. We're just changing the scenes is breaking the camera. So let's try disabling and reactivating. I don't expect it to work. It didn't work the last 3 times. And that's fine. We'll go ahead and focus this up here. And in the meantime, while they go and patch themselves up real fast, I'm going to go ahead and fix the camera, so I'll be right back. Okay, so let's hit properties, deactivate, reactivate, and we should be back. Alright. So at least it's one of those things that when it's messing up, it's not like this big colossal thing to get it to play nice. It's just kind of getting there. So the things that we did get is we got a new book. Cool. We got a bionic spine, which is a really, really big one because Groot's here already has a seriously injured spine. I can't remember if this will tell me what the odds of successfully installing the spine are or not. Because I do remember there is a thing where it's like, okay, here's the base chance of success for surgery. And then, you know, there's different multipliers. So this is probably the spine over here. Install spine. Success rate multiplier 100% chance. Death chance on failure. So multiplier on the chance of this operation is success. Have lower multipliers. The actual chance of success is also affected by the doctor, facilities, and medicine used. I'm still nervous. It says 100% chance, but it doesn't really get me. Let's see, I forgot to congratulate you on getting the Rual emote prefix. Nice and short. I'm slowly getting used to it. Yeah, and that's the thing. I originally wanted that one, but it was just one of those things when I first, you know, got like affiliate and got emotes and all that, it was taken. And for the record, I have no idea who had it. I have no idea what happened with that person. But they don't have it anymore. Whether they got, you know, they left the platform, or they changed their, like, rebranded, or they just changed a prefix because, or whatever. No idea. But, you know, I was talking to Ultrasaurus about, you know, emotes and all that stuff the other day, and mentioned that I got stuck with the Rual ST thing, and I actually wanted Rual. And she's like, oh, it looks like Rual might be free. I'm like, what? and scooped it up as fast as I could do it. Which that happens. Like, you'll have, again, it can be all sorts of things. It can be someone deletes their account, gets their account suspended, changes their username, and changes their, or like just changes the emote prefix. You never know. So I do have two, sir, it's not. Many people have changed their names in the last 6 months. Yeah. Well, that was like very low key. One of the things I had discussed was just like, cause you know, a lot of people mispronounce and misspell my username because it's like full disclosure, you know, it's a name I made up as a teenager. So like the fact that it's pronounced Rual, you know, you look at it, doesn't logically, it's like, but why would it be pronounced that way? Look, man, as a teenager, I didn't think it through. But now I've been, you know, using that as my username for like the last, I don't know, 30 years almost. That hurts. So it's kind of one of those things I've got attached to. And it's one of those things I was like, you know, I made the comment about, well, I kind of wish, because I had never intended on seriously streaming, but part of me kind of wishes, had I thought about it, that maybe I would have, you know, taken the time to, like, brand differently kind of thing. And, you know, the feedback I got was like, you know, you can always change it later. It's like, you know, you're not wrong. Like, very genuinely, you're not wrong. I certainly could. I certainly don't really have a big reason not to, other than that I've been using this for a while. So we've got them. They're drop potting in, attacking immediately. They're scattered. I'm going to try and draw them to this defensive point we made and just see how it works. I have no idea what they're equipped with because they're just popping out. It looks like melee all around. Is it all melee? It is all melee. Oh, so for right now, get most of our people to one side. Because they're going to arrive first on the top side. I'm noticing a lot of problems with this design already. Hold the door. This is a terrible design. Everyone fall back. And get ready to hold them in a different position. Force them into the bottleneck. Because that's the whole point of this bottleneck is for dealing with melee-heavy groups. Brutes, pick up the pace, buddy. Because then if I wanted, I could actually hold them at the door back here and it'd be fine. Alright, and just with that, they're getting out of here. So, we already have a Yetkin, right? We do. So if you're not good, you don't get... Alright, Depressive Abrasive sucks real bad, but Great Memory is good. I don't think we keep them, but hear me out, we are going to capture... Well, they're unwaveringly loyal anyways. We are going to catch them, patch them up, send them on their way, because we will get a mood bonus for that. Oh, we need to fix... Yeah, our schedule's already fixed. Let's see, sometimes you wish your username was easier to pronounce. But on the other hand, it's fun when streamers butcher your name. Gotcha. Just to be clear, like, how is it actually supposed to be pronounced in case I'm butchering it? Because I've been pronouncing it Eonek. But yeah, no, I totally get that though, because like I said, I pronounce mine Rual Storge and I get Rual Storge all the time. Or you just hear rural storage, which is like, yep, I see where you're adding letters there. I understand. Like, it's one of those things that doesn't bother me at this point. It's been that way for so long. It's spelled Eunuch, but it's pronounced Billy. Yeah, that's pretty much the way my username goes. But I've debated changing it, but it's kind of one of the things that's like, I don't even want to change it to. Hey Claire Ambrosia, how's it going? But it's like, what would I even change it to if I did change it? Which is the catch. Coughs conspicuously about interesting names. Nope, headcanon confirmed. Eonek is Billy now, forevermore. Oh, Billy. Eonek's like, not like this, please. I know how these things stick on the internet. We're just gonna release them immediately. You had to read it twice. Oh yeah, no, it happens all the time. It's the, I forget the name of the phenomena, but there is a phenomena with the way brains work, where if a word is of roughly a certain length, your brain just checks the first and the last letters, and kind of fills in the middle. So that's the reasons why it's not always your fault when something's really difficult to read. A lot of times it is just something is triggering that phenomena, and, you know, your brain is filling in the rest of the letters with a more common word that is just not right. Alright, so let's go ahead and fast forward some more. Get things settled and all that sort of stuff. We're halfway to geothermal. The Darkstrider said, one for your old classmates from the trade school. He's actually come up with your username. If they hadn't, my username wouldn't have been completely different. Yeah, and that happens. Like, it always is just a random thing that leads to usernames that you kind of go, huh, so that's where it came from. And, like, sometimes it's obvious, like, you know, if a username describes a physical characteristic, like, you know, your hairstyle or whatever, that could certainly be a pretty straightforward thing. Be like, I understand where that name came from. A lot of times you can have usernames that describe something that's like a personal interest. Like in your case, you know, Darkstrider, very obviously, you know, Star Wars is a big interest there. That kind of reveals it. But then there's people who have stuff like Jedi in their name. You have people who have, like, you know, various sports things in their name. You'll have people who have, like, titles that are only used in, you know, various lores. Again, like Darth would be a fitting of that one. Let's see, many people use the US pronunciation. It as Yonek. Some people say Enoch. People from Russia say Yonik. People from Britain pronounce it Ionic. Gotcha. Hey, Zoside. Alright, so we got a group of 4 Shamblers. They're actually, like, right here, too. That's good going. What about something with wolves? Yep. Well, we got ourselves another shard. Cool. I guess Eonek's name is Eonique. Sent Billy a link since well links. But yeah, no, there's a whole thing around that. But yeah. Alright, we got all this going on. It was a phenomena you were talking. Oh, it was the phenomena you were talking about? Yeah. No, it's we used to do that in psychology class. There was all sorts of stuff we would get into. So like some of it was like psychology related to biology and just stuff your brain does you wouldn't ever realize. Like for example, when you look at your eye, there's actually a blind spot in your eye. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's like actually like a blind spot in your area of vision that your brain just kind of fills in the gap using your other eye and all that. So there's ways you can actually figure out where it is by like they would take like a stick with a ball on it and they would hold it like right around that blind spot so that it would disappear even though you know it's there. So there's just like a ton of stuff we got into there. But that was one of the ones we got into there where it was like they would take the words and they would start with the correct first and last letter and then scramble all the middle of it. And you could still, it took like a little while to work through it, but you could still read like an entire document. Cool, you have fun with that, Strider. Yeah, nuts, for Fallout 76, like I did a playthrough when it first came out, like for what was there at the beginning. Which you'd have people be like, there's no story. It's like, nah, you're wrong. It may not be the way you want to digest the story, but it's there. Which is interesting to me because when you play the Fallout games, they'll usually have like the story that's spoon-fed for you where they're like, oh no, the vault is under attack. We need to go outside. Oh no, since we went outside, the vault was compromised. We'll need to go out in the world and go look for a Gek. That way we can, you know, build up our place. And then, you know, all the shenanigans you get along the way with that. And so you have like the very scripted story kind of thing that carries you forward. But then there's like all sorts of side stories that are happening like below the surface that you have to like read the computer terminals and all that kind of stuff. And so it always makes me funny when they're like, "There's no story." It's like, nah, this is the same type of storytelling that a lot of the Fallout games used. Literally the exact same thing, just not with like the forced dialogue, which again, that didn't like that style of story didn't even show up into Fallout till like Fallout. That's probably not something that should be just straight up fighting in an open to open. We're a little late now. I didn't realize. Oh, actually, it'll be fine. I've got a whole bunch of flares. Oh wait, where'd you come from? Oh, it was just one sneaky one from another direction. It's like, wait a second, there's more of you? That's not how this is supposed to work. That was really late. Still got a couple more coming in. Okay. It appears to be all of them. We used one flare. I didn't want to go too spammy with the flares because I don't have a good way of replacing them right now. But yeah. Nah, so it was like, but it was just like, if you look at like the Fallout 1 and 2, they had like the very beginning of the game was like pretty scripted where it's like, oh no, your people in the vault, I think it's like their water chip has failed or like whatever, their water chip has failed. They need to find the Gek. That way they can, build the paradise as the, the directions in the vault told them to. And that was like, all of the original Fallout games are about finding the Garden of Eden creation kit, which is the thing that vaults are all supposed to have. That'd be this kit you'd get out of the vault with, you'd use, and it would effectively create a completely normal, fine, and sustainable city outside of the vault. And it's even a thing that they do mention it in later Fallout titles, that they'll have cities that you can find in the game that were built using the Gek. And then somewhere around Fallout 3, they kind of forgot that those were a thing on a meaningful capacity, and they only kind of make nods back to it once in a while. That you never hear about the Garden of Eden creation kits anymore since Bethesda took over. Not that that's good, bad, or otherwise, or whatever. But in the old games, it was just kind of wander around and, find your bits of story here and there. Alright. So you're missing a pinky. So let's go ahead and have you use the tree here. Because I'm not just going by people I know I can fix stuff on them, using this, and hoping it works out. Alright, so we got another one. It almost feels like the different Twisted Obelisks have a preference towards limbs, like that they can do multiple things. Because the other one I had, I was getting almost nothing but limbs and the very rare other thing. Versus this one is giving me almost always like the lung and the stomach with the very rare limb. And it could just be RNG being RNG. But it does feel like there's some type of pressure influence or whatever. So we still need a Neanderthal in our group. I still need a Hussar in our group. I still, like, eventually I'd probably potentially consider Sanguiphage. But I do like the idea of trying to get, like, the whole gambit of different xenotypes in here. And then just leaning in on the biotech thing and just dealing with all the shenanigans coming out of that. Let's see, Unix says, the story of your username is you had a t-shirt with the word Eon on it, and the friends started to call you Eon in real life. So that's where it comes from. Your best friend at the time came up with Eonek. No idea how or why, but it was a conversation because Eon was too short to use on most websites, and as they require at least 4-letter username. Gotcha. Yeah, no, for my, no. No. But, for my username, it was, like, literally, I went to play Ultima Online, it's like, you need a character name. Like, because you had your account name you set up, and then you need a character name, and that was, like, the first game I ran into that was actually a meaningful decision. And I was just kind of like, huh. Rual sounds like Rual Storge sounds like a human name. Okay, I'll do that. And it was just literally just trying to come up with a name that wasn't something I was aware of, but did seem like, you know, a reasonable name. I would do more of the mech clusters, but without EMP and all these other things, they're pretty scary. Honestly, the fact that the Scythers didn't go worse than they did was something fortunate for us, because they did get into melee. Okay, so just telling us that pretty soon we're going to be able to send the sphere after our enemies. It's fine. Oh, let's get you to haul that, please. Because those are just rotting out there, and that'd be a real shame. Okay, we do have a little bit more steel. Let's go ahead and use our transmute steel for once. I've been sitting on it because we don't have much steel. But I do want... Come on. Gold's fine. It's not what I wanted, but it is fine. What I'm actually aiming to do is get uranium so I can finish building that. But the Elder Scroll name that was used for the longest time was Mercer Stenton. Okay. That's, again, random, but okay. Blood rain. Drops of thick blood-like fluid begun falling from the sky. Anyone exposed feels a growing anger that strengthens their melee attacks, but eventually will cause them to go in berserker rage. Exposed animals will eventually become manhunters. The intensity of the effect varies on individuals depending on their traits, psychic sensitivity, and other factors. Alright, so schedule. Indoors. So everyone stays indoors, and nobody leaves. And actually, now I think about it, zone. Because we're going to go Manhunter, let's go here and go zone, indoors. Let's remove indoors from this area out here. Okay, so that way we don't have to worry about it much. Drink the blood range. Oh, that you used? Yeah. So where are you going? You're literally not supposed to go out there. What? Oh, I haven't scheduled to be. Yeah, no, you're set to indoors. Where are you going? You shouldn't be able to go out here. Where are you going? You're not allowed to be out here. Okay, sure, man. Because we got more than enough food inside. We can stay locked inside. When do you get access to that bank? You prepared? If you send you a few million? Yeah. Honestly, if I would even have someone of like that profile on here. Like, it's one of those things. There's definitely people who have strong beliefs I don't agree with or whatever. Obviously, if the individual in question popped in here, I'd probably be like, go away. But yeah, like, I'm not gonna hold it against people for seeing things differently. But they, you know, I don't know. Usually when it gets to a lot of the stuff, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. That's certainly fine. It's just as long as it's not like minimizing or whatever. Because he moved upstairs, and now everything is all red. What's Blood Rain do? So, Blood Rain, if you're out and you get exposed to it, it gives you a buff to melee, but eventually causes your people to go berserk. So that's the reason we're staying inside. What's eventually going to happen is all of the animals that are out exposed to that are going to start going Manhunter, which is the reason why I've just secured us in the building. As one, I don't want our own people going berserk. That wouldn't help anyone. But on the top of that, I also don't want to be out there with a bunch of random animals constantly going Manhunter. So we're just gonna kind of wait it out. Let's see, well, you're heckin' embarrassed. You went to a settlement that normally Preston sends you to for the first... Gonna find out you're supposed to go to a different settlement. Alright, so we've got Lynx, a whole bunch of animals that are all going manhunter at the same time. It is the rage room outside. Everybody is angry. Which is why we're all staying inside and not going anywhere near any of that. Now's where we should have just like a normal plain old raid of just like, you know, 20 people walking on the tile and watch that intercept them. I don't have a quest I could do that with, right? The spaceship hack? Alright. I could see doing that for the meme, but no. Drop the spaceship and have the attack just come and just watch the animals just obliterate them again and again. But yeah, so keep going. So these animals, yeah, so you see, you know, Blood Rage Extreme. It'll kick over to that. Yeah, the Megasloth seems to be pretty resistant to it. It's taking a lot of time for the Megasloth to get kicked off. I'm assuming the way this works is kind of the bigger, tougher, more dangerous the animal. Generally the longer it takes for it to take hold. Yeah, I think the idea behind this event is if you have an open base, this event wipes you out pretty badly, pretty easily. And then the other thing is if, for example, I did not have a ridiculous amount of food on stockpile, then I'd definitely also be in a lot of trouble here because, you know, just so much stuff, you know, fighting out there. Because that is a lot of animals. Because it's just like a regular pace of them, it would be you sending your people to like your kill box or whatever, fighting them, then backing off, then doing it again, not being able to like really leave your kill box the whole time. But that's otherwise, if you've got food and you got an enclosed space, it's pretty benign. How are we doing on our encyclopedia, by the way? So we've seen 7 of the 8 basic ones, and we've seen about half of the advanced ones. And for those who weren't watching, they did actually reduce the number of stuff you need to see. You used to need to see every single one of them, I believe. And now you only need to see about 2/3 of them. And that's just for practicality thing. You just RNG, not get the one you want, and then they reduce the rate they happen and everything, so a lot of that does help. So yeah. So I actually only need to see 2 more advanced, and we can actually kick off the endgame event if we wanted to. Which I kind of do, but I also feel like we are really not prepared for the endgame event. I mean, actually, so... You know, honestly, actually, we'd be okay. If I really think about it, we'd probably be okay with the endgame event. Because it mostly just sends a bunch of junk at you, and you need to be able to fight. And generally speaking, weapons-wise, we're actually in pretty good shape. Our armor's terrible. But most of the enemies you run into in Anomaly are... Oh, you chose the wrong time to show up in town. Because you think I found a downside of having the production specialist? You never used one before, but the message about Masterworks is obnoxious. The good problems to have in life. Alright, here comes the trade caravan, and there are all the manhunters. Honestly, it really depends on how they respond. If they do a good job of responding at range, they'll be fine. If they do that thing where they run up to stuff to then, find cover to start fighting back, there's a good chance that they're gonna just die. Oh, a bunch of them are ending Manhunter now, so they might get lucky and only have to fight a couple. Please stop throwing grenades at each other. Why are you penalizing me? You're the ones just hitting each other with grenades over and over again. Don't get upset with me because you're the one blasting each other. Alright, I think we are good. Yep. Alright, well, everyone's free to do what you feel like. Meanwhile, you're the one with the health problems? Yeah, you're fine. Meanwhile, you go ahead and trade. Honestly, they probably would have been fine in that fight if they didn't grenade each other into the dirt. Okay, so we can go ahead and the heavy leather, the thrumbo, so heavy fur, the thrumbo, and the plain leather we can get out of here. We can get the muffalo fur out of here. Oh my god, I was not watching to see where we were at with this. So I have 600 CT. Sure. That's a recreation book, that's fine. You got the bionic spine and all that. Go ahead and take these masks that are all worn out. And the poor quality ones, and the worn out hats, and the worn out pants and shirts. They're not gonna be able to buy all this. But I want to kind of get as much out of here as we can. Alright, let's see here. Give me your steel, all of it. Give me that. Let's see here. Let's drop that down a bit. So trade you again. So you got upset because you got hurt on my tile. You know what? I understand. I feel like a lot of drugs would make you feel a little better. How about a big pile of dye while you're at it? Would that help with your mood? Maybe some corn. I feel like you could go for a giant pile of corn. A giant pile of corn seems like exactly what you need in your life. How about we throw in some potatoes and some rice, but not the berries. I'm keeping those. You can't have them. Let's see here. Cloth, we'll throw in a bunch of that too. Let's go ahead and jump this up a bit. I want to be instant friends, friends. Can we be instant friends? I feel like that's still not actually going to be enough, and I'm going to be unhappy about that. Also, I do need to keep some of that. We do have someone who literally needs that to live. Perfect. And suddenly we're allies. Oh, the Go Juice caught fire. Hey, why are you on the ground sleeping? Oh, that's no good. Are you busy? You're still rescuing someone. Do we have anyone nearby? Hey, I know you're not a doctor. I want you to try anyways. Because you can manage to patch that neck wound. This person can live and we can rescue them and potentially benefit from that. Excellent. Cool. Alright, so they ditched the tile already. We did, Where are you, Lardine? Where's the other one? Oh, I guess we just patched the other one just enough. So, yeah, so he patched up one of their people. Most likely they'll just leave the tile, but that can sometimes get you standings. But yeah, so the only reason they died is when they were fighting these things, they slammed them with grenades. And so all those grenades going off was not conducive to people's long-term health, let me tell you. Yeah, no, I completely lost track to how much tea we were making. And then I turn around, it's like, you have 600 tea. It's like, you say, what now? I have how much tea? I'm curious when our wealth ticks over how much that's gonna be noticeable. Oh, what was the graph? There was one of these graphs they changed so you could actually see a lot more information than you used to be able to. I don't remember which one it was. There's a graph in here somewhere that could, like, break it up into its different categories, I noticed. Oh, yeah, select graph. Yeah, so you change the population. So the number of prisoners by comparison to the number of colonists. The colonist mood, just in general, where people are sitting in average. And the colony wealth, which is just continuing to explode. There's that spike. We were just over 101,000, and it looks like we dropped about 93,000. So we just destroyed about 8,000 wealth by just giving them a giant pile of drugs. Metal blood serum. Cool. Just keep researching, I guess. Yeah, so you're missing stuff for ghoul serum. Oh, it needs twisted meat, and I don't have any twisted meat because we've not been butchering any of the entities. All right, so that's a new plan. Butcher creature, entities included. And honestly, what we'll do is we will say for here, storage, corpses. That's probably fine. Sleep suppressor. Cool, so frenzy inducer. Because basically what I'm debating here is we do have it to accept all animal corpses at a low priority. Oh, you know what we need to do is I just gotta go here and add entity. We're good. Done. Excellent. Because that way they'll store the corpses here, and that should help out a lot. What's going on with the AC? It seems to just be blasting lately. Oh wow, I don't want you that low. Okay. And we are expanding our storage. More than likely, one of these rooms will become some other type of storage in the time being. In the meantime, we are just crafting as much as possible. It does seem... Well, I mean, we're doing okay with keeping up with our clothing and all that. So we're good there. And we are butchering our creatures. The art, we don't have anything cute at all, I don't believe. Yeah, those are void sculptures. It would be good to get some art around here, but also what materials I'd make it out of. So here's one I'm curious about. Yeah, so we still have it to cut all the marble blocks it can. But I think we're getting to the point that marble blocks are getting trickier to come by. They are still way out in the fringes. We got tons of these. It's just none of them are nearby. So I'm queuing them up to pick everything up and drag it back to us, but it's gonna take a while. Yeah, so we got all the chunks in the map marked, but those are gonna take forever to actually happen. But that's fine. So we gave up our Harbinger tree for the Bionic Spine. Man. Alright, so we are getting Lardine slowly getting some doctoring skill. It wouldn't be so bad. If anyone other than Groots needed the spine, we'd be fine, because I feel pretty comfortable with Groots with the amount of skill they have doing a spine. But the issue is it is Groots who needs the spine, and well, there's problems with that. RimWorld does not let one install their own spine. For reasons I can't imagine. Wait, for refugees? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And the reason I switched out who's in there, I'm trying not to kill this person. Which is why I've got all of them went in there to deal with it. And we got our other people out of there. Because I wanted to make sure our melee pawns didn't go in there with, like, actually really good weapons and just, like, tear off one of their legs or something. Because it's already happened. It's helpful. Man, we've already got, like, multiple, like, injured brains and all that. Which is just not a good time. Emergency approach. We got psychic powers I probably won't use. Avoid sculptures, which I can make, or just a bunch of goodwill. Well, I'm gonna hit the button. Because there's really no consequence if you fail. But, if you succeed, you do get a benefit. And there's a lot of times, this one doesn't look like a group that'll win on its own, but there are a lot of times you'll get a group of like 5 or 6 against 10 or whatever, and they'll just hold it down and make it work. So you don't have to worry about it. Alright, so everyone get down here. Because at about like 3 in-game hours when they actually arrive, so if I send them all down here now, most of the time it works out. We'll have our melee pawns show up there. Okay, so it's all melee. So let's just firing line it. Please shoot the one that's really close. It sucks to be you. Should have thought. Actually, we managed to save them. Alright, well, that works. Are you any good? Quick sleeper who is steadfast and has skills in medical and is also missing a leg. Every time we take their legs. I don't know why. So we need to tend to them right away. To at least get that bleeding under control. Because right now, as fast as they're bleeding out, I'm not going to get them home in time. "6 hours? Bring him home." I didn't want them to die out there, because that is one of those things that I've had bad luck where if I try and bange them out in the field when it's a prisoner situation, a lot of times they actually will get back up and melee me, and Yekins are not a good time to get into melee with if you don't have to. But yeah, that person, if we can ever convince them to join us, is going to be our new doctor. Well, one of our new doctors. Also missing a leg. Legs are not allowed in our colony. It's not my rules, it's just the game's rules. The game has determined that nobody gets to keep their legs very long. Because both of our prisoners are missing a leg now, as is our main doctor. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to do a whole lot about it. Prisoner, we will work on converting you. So we'll convert you here. Cool. So we did get standings for it, so that's good news. That's gonna take a lot of work to get you on the same team. But the reason I'm excited is Quick Sleeper and Steadfast are just straight up really good stuff. Psychically Dull isn't exactly the most useful nowadays, but 9 Medical is really not shabby. So I could definitely get behind the 9 Medical. Having another melee pawn wouldn't necessarily be terrible. The animals, the moment they get dehumanized, are going to go ahead and hit 0, so that's not useful. So basically, they're a dedicated doctor who will probably be a hauler / cleaner. Alright. So good stuff there. Our storage has gotten way cleaner. We are getting our shelves built and all that. That's going to take absolute eternity. And if you're wondering why all of this is so awful and why it is being so painful to get anyone recruited through any of this, it is because we are inhumanized. Every single one of us. Like, this character should have level 5 social, but it's -12. 3 -12. 1 -12. 3 -12. There's someone in here who actually had decent. 2 -12. You can't. 2 -12. Yeah, so it's just the -12. You also notice, like, all of her animal skills for almost everyone in the colony is 0. That the highest I have is 3, and that's because the character did have 7, and it's been penalized down. And then because of their xenotype, they have a buff to it. Alright, so Murder Sphere is fully researched, so it is ready to unleash upon our enemies if necessary. Oh, and also, let's look here. So you got no fancy bits on you, so go trigger the mutation. And so you got a stomach as well. Honestly, at the rate we're going, we're gonna be immune to, we're gonna probably be immune to food poisoning in not too long. Just everyone will have the flesh mash stomachs. Lovely. That's an interesting thing to consider. I'm still surprised I haven't seen any of the other obelisks yet. Yeah, of the 3 obelisks, we've only seen the 2. We still haven't seen a revenant. That's the one that's got me worried with this colony is a revenant. But that said, I have made this structure, so it should be pretty decent for fighting a revenant in. And the reason I say that is this is the only entrance here and here. So once I realize I'm dealing with a revenant, until I'm able to go out there and hunt it, I can run back here when it's time for it to hunt as just a rough guess, and just stay in these back rooms here. And the revenant will have to come through here. We'll be well aware when it enters our building because we'll see the door open and close and all that kind of stuff. And then when it gets back here, we do have a lot of damage that we can dish. Like, a lot of damage that we can dish. So if I go back here, have the Revenant follow me in, you know, one person gets grabbed, that's fine, that's just the way it works. And everyone else is just going to beat the living snot out of it. Which it'll more than likely be able to knock down 1 or 2 people that way. But we should be able to knock it down enough that then, because everyone here just about has the backpack now, the Disruptor backpack. With one exception. Hi. Okay, you sleep well. And give me 1 second, chat. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's really bad, that's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Alright, sorry, just wanted to wish Tomb a good night and all that stuff. Okay. So we've got all that being built. Once we get more of this established, I'm going to go ahead and try to get ourselves a hospital. I still haven't decided where I'm going to put it. Realistically, it should be near this monstrosity. But I do feel like this hallway is a key component of that thing. For like you saw where I had the melee group just pop the door and run back. Realistically, I should probably have had them back here more. I didn't leave myself enough room around the temple thing, so... Whoops. It is what it is. The temple thing doesn't exactly move particularly well, or at all. So, you know... Certainly that's the thing. Let's go ahead and we can grab all of you. Wait, do I even have any other shells? I think we can literally just... Link. I did not check to see if that took which side stuff. That's fine. We'll leave it the way it is for right now. I have limited how much block we can get. And we're low on steel. Actually, we actually have some decent steel laying around now. Hey. Go transmute some steel wherever it is. Where is our steel? There you go. Gold. I don't want gold. I want uranium. Because uranium's super durable, so it's great for locking scary things in there. I mean, I don't mind getting gold. Gold is nice, but I would prefer uranium. All right. Yeah, we do have a little bit of bioferrite left over because we do have a spare disruptor pack. So we're now at the point that, like, literally everyone should have a disruptor pack. Yeah, everyone's got a disruptor pack with the one and only exception of Dracona because they got a shield belt. Cool. So we've got tons of storage in there. We did burn... Well, actually, we didn't burn through our food. We sold a ton of our food, which is totally different, but still useful. We've honestly not had too many dangerous animals show up on our tile in a long time. Like, earlier on, we were dealing with some bears and wargs and all that. I guess they got the message across that, you know, we were killing them all, so... alright. Yeah, so I definitely feel like the hospital shouldn't be way back here. Like, the bio lab could be way back here, and that would be fine. We've already got the prisoner's room set up over here. That's fine. We've got our main place here. We're getting the second bedroom set up because we're right at the population limit for the one. Adding another place to carry dangerous creatures would be fine. Honestly, probably just go down here and make like little rooms for them to put stuff in. Oh, we actually got slate. All right, transmute steel is ready. Okay, hear me out. Try again. Give me uranium. Thank you. You've done a good job. Animals, alpaca. You got a breeding pair? Alright, so I think we're at that point where we're going to try and get the alpaca happening, so we're going to put a caravanning post just so we keep them. And I'll make a place to keep the alpaca. I also do think this is time that I'm going to try and start, you know, enclosing an area for the animals or whatever. So like right now, cheap budget solution. I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to put a fence on it. And go to the zone. I literally made 2 of them. Make a giant grow zone for hay grass. And then we're going to click on all of our ridiculous amount of storage and say storage, no hay. So we'll get that going so that we can eventually get, you know, alpaca going. And then I do think what I need to do from here is I'm going to start up here and start trying to expand this way and making a central grow area, do stuff area, whatever we want to call it. But I need to get that started. So we're going to try and keep the pattern as best we can. So we've got 11 here. And that'll have doors on these sides, because this will be another expansion. Actually do this. Just for something very different. So we'll have this little area back here just for the Twisted Obelisk, so that's inside our base, where it is secure. And we're not going to bother with anything else. Like, we're not attaching this yet, because this will make a back route into our base that we don't want. We will eventually connect it, but right now I'm going to treat it as its own thing. Honestly, it might not even be a bad idea to do something like this. Just very genuinely, just make a path to another connection area and start building the same thing down the other side. And just leave it as a connecting path for when I need it. So that's 5, so it should be 3. And 3, and then 10, and 10, and 10. Okay. Yeah, then I'll start building out the other area on the other side. And I'll probably get this other area on this side to be focused a lot more on containment. Where I don't need to run over there nearly as much. Eventually these geothermals will be a problem, but that's okay. Yeah, so right now this hallway is not going to be important for anything specific. Okay, we've got all of you. I mean, we're going to take a while to get all the limestone I need for it, so it's fine. Okay, so what do we have here? We've got a bunch of stuff that you want. Go ahead and take all of our junk weapons we're not going to use. Take all of this. Spears. I would love that Zeus hammer. I don't know if we can make it happen, but I'm going to give it a good long look, though. We'll keep the bolt action, get rid of the machine pistols. I think I'll keep the incendiary launcher just in case I end up wanting that. We do have another shield belt. That wouldn't be a bad move for us. The EMPs would also not be a bad move for us. Because I don't really have a good way of dealing with a lot of threats right now that I really do need to have a better solution for. Alright, so if we do the EMP, that's a good one. Get the shield belt, that'll be another good one. I'm not gonna be able to get like the Zeus hammer, that's just way outside our financial means. Let's grab the medicine. And I think that'll be what it is. Okay, so you shield belt on. Haul those back. Haul these back. And we're good. Because that means both our melee people have shield belts, and everyone else is rocking the disruptor flares. So the shield belts will help us with mostly the old school normal raids we get, whereas the disruptor flares are great for most of the things that Anomaly has to throw at you. The EMPs are also low-key really good for dealing with it. And meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and put a shelf in the corner up here, and that'll be where we put like EMP, smoke grenade launchers, that kind of stuff. Just for when we have, you know, raids that we need to figure out what we're doing with them. And then what I'll do is once this is mostly built, I'll punch the door there. And get that expansion going. Yeah, so I think this will fill in over here. We'll have another road way down here. We'll make this a grow area in there. With the animals and all that, this'll effectively get deprioritized. You got food poisoning from incompetent cook. You know what, buddy? I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're about one of the only people in the entire colony who can get food poisoning at all. Manhunter pack. That is a lot of foxes. And our neighbors are already gone. Yes, that is a lot of foxes. I don't really need to do anything with them. The only thing outside is more raw food that I don't really have need for. So, with all that said, we can unhitch you, because your area is all enclosed now. Schedule, stay inside. This could be a not our problem kind of problem. Like, I could probably beat them without too much of an issue if I took the time to just, like, set up a bottleneck and all that. But a bunch of scratches and stuff I don't need. There's a book called Cash. Excellent. So we're not going to the hunting site, we're not going to farm hunting, not going there, not going there. Okay. So we are breaking down the resistance little by little. We're getting there. Wait, you're both converted already? No, you're not converted. Why wouldn't let me convert them? There we go. Cool. Couple percent at a time. Slowly wear them down. Yeah, so I got a bunch of people idle because there's not a whole lot for them to do inside. That's fine. What will happen is eventually all those foxes will chill. Now you can worry about then. I just realized there's a lot of hay grass laying there. Queued up for harvesting later. Alright, pretty soon we'll be able to use the obelisk again once we're not in the middle of a whole swarm of foxes. But then we can go ahead and use that. And who will be our next target? We're looking for people who don't have anything going on. So Bentley is a good candidate. Bentley will probably be our next candidate. Because Bentley has an arm injury as her only negative. Which is one of those things that could just be fixed with this. And instability is totally fine with that. Yeah, so what'll end up happening is a bunch of them will start getting tired going to sleep, and then they'll stop being Manhunter Pact entirely. Increase that. Oh, we actually had one of our people who actually did get sick from food poisoning. Everyone else has been eating the, the not good food, but it's fine. It only matters for the like 1 or 2 people, and we'll get them sorted out eventually, where that won't be a concern anymore. All right, we're more than halfway to getting Koru, recruited finally. It'll also be nice when we can actually get a drill to start replacing, stone and steel and all these other materials. Unfortunately, that's just not going to be anytime soon. It looks like some of them are starting to fall asleep. No, it's just a random fox. No, actually, they are starting to nod off. Interesting, still has them flagged as Manhunter Pact despite that. But that's okay. The point is it doesn't last forever, so it is a mechanic you can just wait out. And that would be the other nice thing about getting the grow zone interior, because then I can have all of this sealed off, and it wouldn't matter. Actually, for right now, I don't even need to get that much going. We could literally sit here and do something like this. So that's the halfway. And like literally just make it like a castle perimeter kind of fence. So you just have like a really big wall as opposed to the normal setup you'd end up having for a lot of these. I would like to get this in there, but that's okay for right now. We'll just go here. We can go here. And once we get to this point, this is the point then I have to actually move the grow zones and all that. So that's the reason I stopped there. But yeah, so I have all that going the whole way around. And that won't be super useful yet, but what I can do then is then we can expand off of that. So like I said, we can sit there and turn this into a room later, put the 2 rooms off it, but we still have the hallway to like go through there. Alright, so we got the last 2 foxes. They're going to get up. They're going to leave. And then we can go about our merry business and not have to worry about it anymore. Meanwhile, I can go here and go orders. floors. Remove floor. Start up here and cut the whole way across. The road's closed. Alright, and that's the last of them, so with that we can go schedules, unrestrict, everyone have themselves a nice time. Keep an eye on you, make sure you don't turn back on us. Yeah, we're good. Obelisk mutation. While interacting with the obelisk, Captain Brody felt his arm tingling. Moments later, his skin split apart violently as a growth burst from his body. His arm has been replaced with a tentacle tipped with a bony blade. Neat. Meanwhile, Bentley deliberately get that mutation. And then also we need to definitely suppress this thing very soon. Alright, and Bentley got themselves a flesh lung. Neat. But is it the right arm? No, so it was actually Bentley we wanted to get it, and they didn't get the arm. They got a lung. But that's those things. As we continue to interact with the thing and do all that, eventually we'll be able to get everyone all the bits and baubles that we want to get them sorted out with. The downside we have with this is I am going to need to move all this. It is going to slow down our rate of a lot of these things, but that's okay. So we got the neural pulse. We'll get the insanity weaponry just to keep the research moving at that end. It is funny to think that we're probably going to completely finish all of the anomaly research well before other stuff. So you're tired and hungry and you're mad because you ate raw food. Because I ran out of wood for people to cook with. I understand. Alright, here's the plan. All of these, stop sowing them. Harvest them when they get there. Pollution dump. Okay. Vanometric power, infinicum fuel. Look. These are really nice things you're promising me here. Because either of these I'm really excited about. And I don't know which one. I feel like the vanometric power is probably the more important one for us right now. I'm gonna say yes, give me your toxic waste. I would like it all. Don't drop it inside my perimeter though. Out in the outskirts. Waste packs have arrived. That's perfect. A+, exactly where I want it. Pods have arrived. Go ahead and haul those inside. Where's the vanometric power? Oh, right there. Where do I want to put the vanometric power cell? Let's put you right here. Right central between those. Absolutely love it. Alright, so the rice is being harvested. So we'll start that out. So we'll get our new grow zone over here. We'll go over here and expand you. Alright, so you need one more there. And you'll be the rice. Let's see, so what are you supposed to do with the toxic waste? I say I don't care, and I let you spread toxic waste in this corner. And that becomes not a me problem. That said, you could do stuff like take those bags, ship them off your map, and dump them, and it'd piss off your neighbors and all that. There is some trees that will slowly absorb the pollution as well. That's certainly another option. But until it gets really bad, you can kind of just ignore it. There is some negatives that you can get from it, but you know. That's for other people to deal with. Alright, so we've also got the cotton is being harvested. Honestly, this doesn't do anything hardly anymore. So just delete that zone for right now. There's the cotton. Oh, that's your tree zone? Yeah, it's not going to be down there anymore. We'll move the tree zone up here. It'll be out of the way for now, but that's okay by me. A raccoon has chosen death, as they have a tendency to do. We do have the berries and the corn are coming along. And the corn is the one I want extra of because the corn is the most nutrient rich. So we get the most mileage out of it kind of thing. But yeah, no, toxic waste is just pollution. The idea is it spreads pollution. You can't grow your normal crops on it. If you get too much pollution on your tile, then you get a bunch of problems with, like, you know, weather that's all toxic that rolls through and a whole bunch of other things that can go wrong. But it takes a decent amount to get up there. So we're going to go here and go... There's the dye. There's the psychoid. There's the heal root. So what am I missing? Boom, 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 boom. I think that's all of it. Let's actually expand the psychoid. So we're basically moving this grow zone over here. I'm going to go ahead and drop this down, make the same thing, but I'll make a way into the central area from right down here so that we don't take that much additional pathing on, because all that extra pathing can hurt us pretty bad. But considering I got a couple, you know, I got a pretty good amount of extra food there, we should be okay with that. Meanwhile, the other thing we need to do is zones, stockpile. Do the dumping stockpile for right there, like right there for right now. We'll move it later. Now, the big loss is we are moving from rich soil to not rich soil in doing this, which does mean we're going to do more work for less food, but, you know, giving ourselves a better defensive position and other benefits from that. And we're getting our obelisk all closed off, so I don't have to put myself in danger to go get my daily mutations. Not daily, it's like every 4 or 5 days or something like that. But get my mutations. Alright. We'll definitely want to go through eventually and line this whole thing with lights too, which is going to be a whole thing. But once I get this all enclosed, this will literally be the only way in and out of my base. So if I put an invisibility detector like here, like in here somewhere, then anything invisible goes to attack. We're gonna go in there while building walls. Yeah, building some different style walls. These aren't actually gonna be that great. I'll want to like thicken the outer edge of them kind of thing. To help out later for defense. I'm also doing a thing where normally what I would do is I'd have a bunch of different ways to get in from all over the place. But part of my theory in dealing with revenants is kind of counter to the way you deal with a lot of raids. Like, a lot of raids having a bunch of different doors you can pop in and out of work to your benefit in a big way. But with a Revenant, that just gets it more ways to sneak in and out of your base. Whereas by having one way in, one way out, I can confirm when a Revenant or a Sightseer or something like that shows up, and I can deal with it. Now, the biggest thing this gets bad with is like mech clusters and siege raids, because if I have a siege raid over here, and I've got my people in here, I still have to walk the whole way out and around. We'll see. This is a base that I feel like for the siege raids and the mech clusters, if I can get my hands on mortars early, that would be good. That way when, you know, a siege raid shows up, I can just pummel it with my own siege to, you know, prevent it from getting very far. It also gives stuff for my people to work on in the meantime. In the meantime, it's been a while. Let's go ahead and have ourselves another party. We've got a ton of wood back here. Let's go ahead and just party it up. See if we can get ourselves a bit more stuff for ideology. Get some good mood bonuses, all that kind of good stuff. Unimpressive. Excellent. Just what we needed. Everyone takes a mood penalty.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
We're getting a decent amount of bioferrite. Man, it's taking so long to get that geothermal. For the record, if my math is right, we're researching at 12.5% the normal rate because of our ideology and tribal start. So for as long as geothermal takes to research, imagine if it was about 1/10 that speed. Excellent. Longer lag than usual tonight? You mean between stuff happening, or you mean stream delay lag? Because I don't have, like, nothing on OBS. Like, I've got the connections on its max and all that. Like, you got all green bars. We're at 6,000 kilobit per second and all that, so everything looks good on my end so far as that. Not said if you're watching on something like mobile. Yeah, now if you're watching on something like mobile or tablet, like, those will get especially it, but it's probably just my connection between you and me and all that. Because things look all green on my end. Gotcha. Alright, and the burrows is collapse. I feel like there's no real value in collapsing those burrows myself. I haven't seen, like, after stuff happens. I feel like the only reason you fill those is, like, if that burrow was, like, here, blocking my door, or I was, like, in the way of wanted to something to build, then I feel like it's worth knocking it down to, you know, get that out of the way. Your mobile is usually much shorter lag than your desktop? Really? That's kind of the opposite of what you expect most of the time. Alright. Your stream delay was over 10 seconds for 2 weeks, then you came back down. I think it's something to do with their servers. Could be. I wouldn't rule it out. Alright, so the rice field is gone. We have harvested all of the rice. And your desktop is wired even well that's so that's the thing. Like, ultimately that means it's on your ISP side. Because very genuinely, that's usually the thing that hurts mobile so much, is because you're going, you know, from a wired signal to, you know, whatever infrastructure going through, whether it's a bunch of bunch of towers or tower to satellite down to tower or whatever the infrastructure is. You're changing a bunch of mediums back and forth to get it to where you need to go. Versus a lot of times when you're dealing with a hardline thing, going to your ISP, it's usually hardline the whole way. Like, it might change between, like, fiber and copper, like, or fiber and coax and whatever. But, air conditioning research is complete, which, for the record, we weren't researching that with our points. That was a book we were reading. All these ones that are, like, mostly or halfway researched, those are books. So we actually can make a freezer air conditioning-wise. I just can't power it. So that said, what do I want to do with the... Like, how do I want to set up the, That literally could be what we do down here. So what I can do down here is I could set up the freezer over here somewhere. You know, the wall would butt into it or whatever. Set up the freezer here, put in the kitchen. You blame the Twitch site, but it could be a lot of things. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. You'd have to get into, like, proper diagnostics to figure anything else past that. Keep converting you. So once we get this out of the way, I'm gonna make room for the freezer in this area. Double wall it, do all the things, get it nice, knowing I can't power it yet. Then the rest of this becomes the kitchen. You know, we'll leave rooms for over here and all that. I do think a lot of this area will end up being more dedicated towards containment as time goes around. Like, instead of, like, right now where this is its own sealed thing, I think I'd literally make a second, like, get rid of this wall, and just make more pods like this for containing our stuff. So, like, have a row of containment areas there and a row of containment areas here. And those will be our main power trunks. But I'm going to need a lot of uranium to make that viable, because that would also let me share the walls in between them, which will save me a bunch of uranium. And then we could just literally make this middle spot where the alpaca go. This is going to be a pretty big build. Alright, Bentley. You still got a damaged arm. Go poke the thing. Because you can get an arm or a lung. That's not the right thing. That's my fault. Okay, you did get a tentacle for an arm. Not the one I was going for, but that is progress. That is progress in a direction. Alright, and they're fast depleting all these fields and getting them moved over here. The thing that affects your internet is the government's wisdom of building a system that's almost optical, except for your house that you use 50-year-old thing. Well, that's still 50-year-old phone lines. Yeah, that's still not necessarily the bad thing, because you would need the main infrastructure of your internet to be able to handle whatever else. Because imagine it's the other way around, where everyone's home is running fiber optic, and then it goes out and you're just on regular copper wire, like, you know, regular, like, you know, what is it, Cat 3 is phone cable, but like Cat 3 cable out there. So even though everyone's individual homes can handle so much that you're just bottlenecked, versus if you fiber out your entire infrastructure, yeah, sure, the homes can't take advantage of it yet, but it's there for as homes upgrade and are able to do it. But yeah, no, we had that whole chicken and egg situation here in the US for a long time too, where there was a lot of places where getting their infrastructure built out to do all sorts of stuff going on, but within the buildings themselves was still like Cat 3 network cable and all that. And so they had to take these old buildings and, you know, gut where they put the wires through to try and get better. You know, like at that point it was Cat 5 was what we were running. And you'd have a whole bunch of people who would take like the Cat 3 cable and then take 2 of them that were like going to a port and then take 6 pins from this one and 2 pins from the other one and make like a really messed up network cable which was never good because the crosstalk was awful on them because there was literally just not well set up. It still works, you can do it, but you'd be basically taking the area of 2 cables and making it 1. Is this fiber 200 meters away from your house? You can't connect to it for reasons. So there's also a telephone node. That was the one my parents ran into for the longest time was I can't remember what telecommunications company it was, but one of the telecommunications companies serving the area ran the poles and out there, like all out there, and they used special. It was supposed to be like voice enhancing phone lines, and these were supposed to be some special voice enhancing phone cable. That didn't work because they're the only street who had it. Hey, Ziggy D, how's it going? I assume you're playing some more RimWorld today and all that good stuff, but welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Ziggy D Live, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole bunch of fun stuff. Been playing some RimWorld Anomaly lately, but also does like Path of Exile, among many other games. So definitely always a good time over there. But thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, so you survived the darkness. So you survived the Noctals. Excellent. Good stuff. Not too many spoilers going on right now. We are doing stuff with that. Would you stop prison breaking? I am getting tired of causing you to lose legs. It's not that I want you to lose legs, but it is what the results are. But we are doing a challenge. Are you? I said don't fire at will. Why are you shooting your gun? I said fire at will. Oh, I chose the wrong thing. That's my bad. No, why are you still doing it? You, go punch this person. Okay, and now that you're done punching them, go punch that person. So the problem, oh, actually, technically that'll work. Okay. We do have a problem of this room is full of fire. That is actually a significant issue. Because I don't have a great way of dealing with that other than having my people put it out. But yeah, the base is looking cute. Yeah, we're trying an experiment for dealing with one of the more dangerous ones. I won't mention the name of in case you haven't faced it. The superheated airtime. Yeah, sometimes you just need a couple superficial scars. That's okay. I can replace missing arms. I have means. Could you treat people? So you treat them. You treat them. No limbs are safe. Yeah, we have a problem. The room is full of fire. But yeah, no, the base is looking good. We're in the middle of moving our grow zone out of the rich soil as much as I like it, so I can close this area off. But there is one of the threats that is one of the ones that people have been having a lot more trouble with that I actually haven't had too much of a problem, even though it is difficult. And I have a theory that a good way of dealing with that threat is to have a singular way in and out of your base as opposed to having the many entrances and exits you normally want for regular raiders. I haven't tested it much, but it is one of those things I need to get sorted. Alright, are you treating people? Of course you're not. Why would a doctor ever treat anyone? That would be useful. But yeah. So I'm glad to hear you got through the Noctals. Have you run into, so I know you've seen the Sightseers, because that's the first one you almost always get. You like how Anomaly gets you thinking in different ways? Oh yeah. No, like literally it'll cause you to build bases entirely differently. So arrived and are approaching from multiple angles. You know what? Are you still good? Are you still good, Murder Ball? Yeah, you're still good. Okay. Murder Ball gets to stay for right now. So they're all gonna be ranged. It's a group of imps. They were attacks immediately, correct? Alright, well, honestly, that's not that big in numbers, so how hurt are you? Are you gonna be a problem? The only one hurt is your arm is hurt, and I can replace that very easily. So let's have you all run over here. Let's see, from advanced, you have only seen the darkness, the cube, and the metal horror infection. Ah, then I will not spoil. The reason I'm building my base is as an experiment to deal with one of the ones you have not faced. I do not know if it's a good strategy yet, or not. So they've got a bunch of the imps coming over here. They're going to probably set a bunch of my stuff on fire like a big bunch of jerks that they are. Because right now, that and that are my only entrances. All of the rest of that is enclosed. Even this is enclosed because I didn't build a door there yet. Deliberately. Why are you burning my things? Why are you breaking my many torches that aren't even in use? Like, literally, I've got this... Oh, we got a traveler's passing? Please don't die to the impids. Because then you'll get all mad and blame me for it. You two get in there. You got shield belts now. Alright, you go after that one. Is that all of them? Yeah, looks like we're good. Cool. Alright, so you took a hit. Literally just a bruise. Fair enough. Let's allow all their stuff and move on. You head off. So talk about spoilers as much as needed. Alright, well thank you again for that raid. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, no, that's, sorry, guys, focused on that. But yep, no problem. Because no matter what, there's going to be spoilers, because I got a big murder ball thing here that I'm not going to tell you about. Because it is my favorite of the anomalies, and I will say no more until you're out. But thank you again so much for the raid. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. At 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer and I do play a whole bunch of games, including RimWorld. I do play like lots of like simulation, slice of life, colony builders, settlement builders, city builders, little bit of survival here and there. Kind of a whole gambit of things. So, if all it sounds good, you can find it here. I have played Path of Exile on and off on the channel a bunch. It doesn't do well on my channel because that's action RPGs just isn't my basis. But pretty much every other league I tend to hop in for a week or two and just make my community endure it because it's something I want to play. But yeah. Oh, to catch people up on what we're actually doing in this run, so we are a tribalist start, so our research is penalized by 50%. We are also ritualists, so that is another 75% penalty. They do stack, so I believe we're researching at something like 12.5% the normal speed. So we are in what, year 4? Yeah, year 4 of the game. And the research that we have managed to accomplish in that time is, I think some of these we got from books, but we got stone cutting, complex furniture, complex clothing, psychic brewing, tree sewing, electricity, and we have been doing geothermal. All of these other ones here are from books. I have not researched these myself. So it is real slow, considering I'm actually only 2 more anomalies away from being able to take on the endgame event if I want. It is not going very fast. Okay, we could delete the berries. There's only the 1 bush left. What happened to the other tribals? Do you mean the ones that attacked me? They got shot because they shot at me and I shot back. Oh, that other run? We had a Yatkin siege. So we had like the wolf people, they had a siege with a bunch of mortars. So I rushed them to deal with the mortars, and it was basically bad positioning. That if we imagine this is the wall and then here is where like they're set up. And I had a door like there, but I positioned here to fight them. And so when they broke, I was like, okay, time to retreat from the door, and realized I was too far from the door to make it back out in time. No, that was a previous colony. That's been a good that's been almost a week that colony's been dead. But yeah, so as well as things, I just bad positioning that I went for better cover, but my positioning was bad for retreating, which was unnecessary because they were all melee, so cover didn't matter. But yeah, so it was like 22 of them too. So I fought them, and it was like, oh wait, I definitely poked the beehive on this one. But the downside is because we are doing the inhumanization thing, we suck at converting prisoners. It is downright terrible. A pack of 3s? Oh, I see. Can you go ahead and close it off real fast so the alpaca don't all leave? Why would you botch the construction? Why would you botch the construction again? Thank you. I got things I need doing that don't involve you botching the construction. But yeah, no, I've been very much enjoying Anomaly. I do like the idea that it changes so much about the game. It makes light valuable. Let's see, Siege are the reason why you're dedicated to mountain bases. So Sieges honestly aren't that bad most of the time. Sometimes the positioning will get you ruined. Like, for example, let's pretend that side's closed off, and you have a siege drop here, and then you're forced to come around only this one side where they have a positional advantage and everything. That does happen where you're just like, this is bad. Oh, you know what? We're actually in really good shape. Let's break the Ancient Danger open. I don't really need to do it, but I got 2 people with shield belts. We got lots of really good guns at this point. Now is as good as time in any to break that Ancient Danger. Like, don't get me wrong, the Ancient Danger's always dangerous. Really? It's only revealing now? Come on, we've been over here. For right now, I'm actually going to position you slightly off to the side, as opposed to straight back, just in case you got stuff like Lancers there. We're going to pop a hole. Actually, change of mind. We are going to be straight back from it. Because I have 6 flares. We are going to stun some people pretty hard the moment that door opens. I also could put fire in there. Who's got that? Actually, I have no idea who has that. Who's got the flamethrower? Okay, cool. That's actually perfect positioning, Bentley. Are you? Oh, Groot's isn't even close. Shift over slightly. Hop in here. I forgot Groot's is missing a leg, so it gets nowhere fast. I mean, Groot's is our only competent doctor. Oh, that is not really what I wanted to see in here. Okay, time to figure out if you stun those. Well, I feel bad now, because that's a problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to reposition everyone over here, and we're going to shift you over by 2. So the good news that we've learned is that actually works as a good distraction. Okay, so melee the Centipede Blaster, and get everyone else in here. Melee Centipede Blaster, please move. I need you in there to get them tied up in melee. And all of you, shoot them first. If you can. That's not what you want to see. All of you, scooch to the side, fast as you can. Scooch to the side, scooch to the side. Groots, get in. Scooch aside one more. Next up. And Draconic, how are you doing? You lost your leg. I would like you to die now. I actually have a lot of guns that are decent on you. I would really like you to do the thing where you stop aliving. Okay. So you are okay. So treat them without medicine. You're my best doctor we've got here. Meanwhile, for the rest of you, let's see who we can manage to save in time. So start tending to them. Start tending to them. You're actually relatively okay. So you don't worry about tending to them. You rescue them. I think that's all of them. So Lardine is watching for targets. You get out of here. Captain's watching for targets. Go grab that excellent charge rifle, because that feels like a good move. And Groot's is tending. Meanwhile, we'll go here. So the good news is, in the future, dropping the Disruptor Flare on those pods opened them all. And honestly, that's not a bad move in situations like that, where you could just cause it to be absolute mayhem. Yeah, the only reason I don't have peg legs is Groot's is my only doctor who has been capable of doing peg legs. Everyone else's doctoring is too low to even do peg legs. And Groot's is the one who needs the peg leg. So, you know, that's been great. That said, we can get Draconic a peg leg now. Go ahead and haul that back. Go ahead and hold that back. And we're patching up as many people as we can to rescue them all. Okay, that's good enough for now. You're gonna tend to yourself. Go carry them. You're gonna take forever to do it. Just get started. Alright, you're good. Let's start rescuing them. So you're all good. Wait, where? No, don't. I'm sorry, that's on me. I was like, I don't want to put him in the casket. I want to just get him out of here. That was a very good use of a flare. Send him to sleepy times. Yeah, so medical. Groot's twig needs to get back and get sorted because the poor guy's missing a leg and has a cracked spine. I do have a spine to replace theirs. But the issue is, he's my doctor. So, you know, it doesn't do me a whole lot of good. Oh my god, you're so slow. You're gonna literally start starving to death before you get there and collapse from exhaustion. You have any books on medical? I think I do. The issue is I have a ton of books, so there's not a whole lot of gap. Waste pack infestation? I'm okay with this. So schedule, danger zone. Because that happens to be the same corner that we had the defoliator ship. So we can just leave those alone until something steps on it and we can just pretend it's a not me problem. Something from below. The terrain has begun to shift and crack apart. Something is digging towards the surface. Cool. Also in the same corner. Maybe these two things will solve each other. Probably not. Let's see. Where you could down by category and hover on one. Check what? And look at all that. So you're consuming a meal. We're not ready to deal with this. So which one do we have this time? I imagine it's probably the flesh thing that like releases itself everywhere and makes a big mess. Because I feel like we're due for that one. And it's also probably the one that'd be the worst for me to deal with at the moment. Visitors, they have stuff to trade. That's the one we've got. We've got the flesh mass heart. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. First, we need our people to recover and get back into action. Okay. Solar flare is ending. Oh, I forgot this wasn't actually labeled as a pen. We brought them in using the caravanning thing. Go repair that right now. You keep getting the flesh heart relatively early, it keeps getting you every time. Yeah, it's not the worst to deal with, but it is a potential problem. Alright. Oh, you want someone healthier? What's your deal? Oh, I keep forgetting you're the one who's got, you know, a little bit of brain damage going on. Pressing the obelisk, hauling limestone, relaxing socially. Go talk to these people. Alright, so let's see what we even have here. Go ahead and take the flame bows and the pilas and all that. The bolt actions we'll get. The Molotovs will leave alone. We can go ahead and grab all of these and sell all our worn clothing. Good enough for me. I'll take your medicine. So I'm trying to wait for Draconic to be ready to get back up. Sadly, it means both of my melee pawns are missing their legs right now. We can't mutate anyone for a little while longer. That's fine. So we do have the nerve cluster. And we do have the acid spitter. Well, no, it will keep expanding like every so often. Again and again. I believe eventually it will force you to fight it by just overwhelming your map. Because I've had to expand pretty far out. Right now, it's not urgent yet. But the acid spitter is real bad. Purple joins. Who the heck were you? You're one of the people we saved? A teetotaler who's iron-willed, who has frail and bad back. And is 73 years old. And isn't good at anything I particularly need. You know what? You can equip a gun. And honestly, that's about good enough for right now. I kind of... we'll do the name. Whoever gets purple, you're probably not going to have a long life in the colony. Because RimWorld is pretty unkind to people who have, you know, some decent age. But we'll try to keep you alive. Through rituals. Did I actually want the other person here? What was going on with you? Teddy. I don't think I actually wanted you, did I? Oh yeah, you're like a good pawn, but honestly, at this point, you're more of a liability than a benefit. So what I'm probably going to do with you is I'm probably going to ritually use you to de-age Captain Sanity to keep him alive. And then we will work on dealing with health problems. Oh, I need to go into your stuff, put you in the danger area, do recreation, do this. Work. Are you actually okay at medical? You know what? 5 actually puts you in my, in some of my most capable people. So we will do that. You get to do construction and art. It's good enough for me. Dark visions, that's fine. So you're no longer capable of walking. Where did your spear go? I see. Hey, you. Go bring that back. Alright, I need my people to get patched up real fast. But as you can see, that also means they're going farther out, so that's spread out even more. So genuinely, if we go to harvest this area, we'll probably aggro. Where did your grenade launcher go? Or, sorry, incendiary. Because I'm hoping that'll work out here. Or it'll cause us grief. I haven't figured that out yet. We're gonna find out, though. Are you back with that spear? You should be. So let's go get the spear. So you've got your weapon. So we're just trying to give that a moment to recover. As soon as these two are ready to fight, we're gonna be good to go. But I do want my melee people up for the flesh beasts and all that, because they do have a tendency to get stuff past your lines by just making more themselves. Alright, so it's got a new nerve bundle. So the good news is it is producing those nerve bundles fast. I believe we need to destroy 4 of them. But you can see how it's slowly creeping closer and closer to our base. I'm gonna have to fight my way in there. Alright, Groot's Twig is fully healed. We got a little bit longer on Draconic. Bentley. Alright, new restrictions. Indoors only. Get inside. You're getting a little too close to that. Yeah, you can see one of them just about to start hunting. But yeah, so you see how it's very quickly growing? That'll be okay. The biggest danger is going to be getting to that thing, because it's going to spit acid at us the whole time. And I don't have much I don't care about to bait them with. Oh, and it also forces its way into your building and doors and all that. It's great. How much longer till you're ready to actually do something? You're getting close. Your arm's still pretty messed up. And your leg's still pretty messed up. I think we might just have to live with that, because I don't think I can put this off much longer. Alright. Get everyone, line them up here, and we'll see what bumps, and we'll deal with that. It really sucks that both my melee are missing legs. Alright, scooch it on up. Are you also missing a leg? No, you have bad back and frail. That actually works out okay, just because I don't want Captain Sanity to just start throwing fire everywhere yet. Alright, let's move up more. Now I should start getting a lot of stuff. We'll have our first flare ready, in case we start getting swarmed. Honestly, for you, don't fire at will. Save the fire for when I need it. Alright, scooch up some more. What is the range on the spitter? It's all the way down there. Alright, so we're about to get them to pop in. So let's move up, and then we need to start shooting at everything. Because I don't think the sphere will attack this. Unfortunately. Just letting them hold till that comes around. Alright, so, okay. So there's the edge of its range. Let's move up to the edge of its range. And I don't think we can manage to sneak that. Oh, there's another one? That's real bad. Okay, so you one, try and run over here. You try and break off right. I don't know where it's aimed. It's dead on target. How badly are you hurt? Because that really does mess you up bad. We're actually relatively okay, all things considered. Where were you? So you're over here. All of you begin shooting at that as fast as you can. The rest of you start getting over here to support.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Someone lost a leg? Oh no, don't worry. They didn't have it. They've been missing a leg. Both of them have been missing a leg. We only now recently got a doctor who could solve the problem. Alright. Shoot the spitter, get rid of it. Okay. So I've got the other spitter and we're right on the edge of the range. Who is my fastest runner? Hey, go get attention. You almost dodged it, but you still baited it out long enough that we can start carving our path through here. Because that's the target right now. Eventually, as we shoot at this, it is going to trigger to start defending itself. But till then, we just want to carve as much as we can into this thing. Honestly, you can't do much here. Just start analyzing it. Alright, a flesh mash response, so go ahead and pop in here. Alright, go back to analyzing that. The rest of you, I do need you to carve through this thing before it gets a chance to fire off more acid. Because at this range, it's going to dead on the whole group. And that'll be a bunch of dead people. Alright. Oh, hey, not you. Got another nerve bundle. That's behind us. That'll actually work out well. Oh, hey! I don't know where you came from, but I hate it. All of you shoot that guy. You go start analyzing it. And the rest of you start running back up here. And I need to get you out of here fast. So what is your issue? What you're upset about? Malnourished. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're not getting anywhere right now without your cover. Okay, so there's not much over there. We do have them messing with their alpaca and everything. So in the meantime, Bentley, oh, you're incapable of researching that. Sniper Spice, you go analyze that. The rest of you start working your way back out of here. Oh, wait, never mind, we got two coming this way. So we're gonna try and clear our way back out of here.
Congrats on getting your PP full. Rual, we is happy.
Thank you, Luxray. Yeah, no, we hit our plus program points just earlier today, so I am pretty excited about that. All right, we got one more coming this way. So analyst progress, we got 1 out of 3 done. That's you who just finished. Okay, so we got one more up there. Flesh mass spitter. Where from? So I'm assuming you took the hit? I can't tell who took the hit. Alright. So you start working your way up there to deal with them. I need you to finish. Oh, we got a problem with all them. Start rallying, because we've got enemies here. Oh, please finish this. I don't want to have to fight to that thing, because it's in a really bad position for me to try and do that. Okay, so let's get over here. Actually, we might be able to make this quick. I'm going to have to get that because with as long as they're going to be stuck down here researching it. That's 2. Start working your way back. I want to deal with this before it escalates even more. That is not good. Okay, the good news is they mostly appeared in there and don't have a good path to us. Keep cleaning, get on it. Get it. Get the spitter. It's really close to spitting again. I know, I got an enemy coming, that's fine. Alright, all of you, get up here. Groots, get up here. And I need you to finish. Because we need to get out of being in this thing. But the good news is we got analysis complete. Induce this thing, and then we need to leave. Actually, in fact, let's change this. Stand. I know extreme break risk on Captain Insanity because you're literally starving. Alright, grab everyone else. Okay, so you're going to be exterminated. Sorry, buddy. In favor of the flesh mass being captured. Draconic, I need you to be able to go fast in that, friend. New research available. Mutation weaponry, that's fine. Awakening the monolith, we could actually literally awaken things if we wanted. Just get back as fast as you can, Draconic. I'm hoping you'll get out of there before they get unleashed. Same with Groots. Lardine's about to have a break, so we'll go ahead and let them free. The others be ready to respond. Because we've got you over there, and there's another one up here that I've lost track of. It's over there. Let's back off here. So grab everyone else who's still drafted, undraft them, schedule, indoors, let them go in there, patch themselves up, do all this stuff. They're all going to get released, deal with all that. I'm going to have to pick this thing up before its activity gets too high. I assume it just re-triggers the event if it does. Alright, you sleep well. Thank you for tuning in. We'll need to get all that sorted. So we are able to awaken the monolith if we wanted to go for the ending. I probably will end up doing that once I feel comfortable doing so. Are you just trashing my stuff? I mean, it'd be appropriate. That's the kind of things they do. But, at the same time, still annoying. Alright, so that thing's getting too close, so I am going to have you all turn around and deal with it. Because it's going to snag people on the way out. Those ones are still trapped for a little bit longer. I don't want to queue it now, because they'll try and do it while he's injured. And that could be risky chance of dying in the case of failed surgery. So I do want to wait till people are recovered. And then we'll try and get people sorted out. Okay, so everyone's back in. We're all good here. They're going to be out soon. I will need to collect that soon. But right now, I need everyone to get patched up and not needing medical attention and all the other things, because we're going to be risking a lot of infection because of how long it took things to get treated. We got a bunch of people who are nearing exhaustion and starvation and many other problems, so I need to get ahead of that before we start having a whole bunch of mood breaks. Start tending to them. Start tending to them. Okay, they're right about to get released. Just one or two more pieces here. We'll let them in there. And if any of these ones go up here, they get out. The good news is the acid doesn't necessarily hurt super awful. It is one of those ones that is dangerous, though. Because, like, it can hit your lungs and everything, because the idea is your character could, like, breathe it in and a whole bunch of stuff. So, Groots is fully healed. So, who's someone who'd benefit? Go ahead, and you're relatively fine. Oh, we'll have to wait. Yeah, no, I realize we're getting pretty close to wrap-up time. That's fine. I'm surprised it's finally they've been let out. Okay, so with that, they're all getting out. You just stay back for a moment. I don't want that weapon involved. So you all start heading out here. You grab something other than the flamethrower. We've got the bolt action. That's certainly not a terrible choice. We'll probably go with the bolt action for now. We could do better than that in the future, but for the moment... Don't I have a heavy machine gun in here? Heavy submachine gun, whatever? I could have sworn I had while I was floating around. No, that's fine. Oh no, they're both equipped. Alright, so a bunch of them are getting out. Let's quickly clean up. Why would you attack that spot of wall? Yes, there's still 3 more down there. Let's go get in range of that one. You're already downed. Meanwhile, you prioritize executing that so I have the free holding cell. And the rest of you start working your way down here, because I need to get that thing. Because I just want to make sure I grab this before we start wrapping for the night. Because if I don't do that, I am just not going to remember. You two get out of here. You're just too slow to do anything. We'll need to deal with those legs and all that. Shh, we're in the middle of something, Mom. Bedtime. Jeez. Now I appreciate people being like, hey, just so you know, time. Because there's definitely bedtimes where I've like zoned into what's happening in the game. And just completely lost track of time. Especially on days when I really couldn't afford to do that. Which likely it's never been a big problem, but it is a thing. So I'm trying to carve a path through to get this thing released. And hopefully all 3 of these will come after me real fast. Alright. Nope, stop. Okay, there's 1 more set left. So again, trying to carve a path through here real fast, just so I can get it to, 1, be able to see me and come after me, and 2, so it doesn't get much cover while it's doing it. Major break risk, I get it. Go ahead and get out of here. In a second, apparently. I thought it was making its move, and then it wasn't. Alright. And handled. Okay, get out of here. You go ahead. Consume... Oh, is... Capture. I was like, don't consume whatever that is. The twisted meat, fine, whatever. But like, please, for the love of everything, do not consume whatever the heck that thing was. So schedule... Wait, we'll leave them on indoors. You didn't drop it, did you? You still got it? Okay. And then we'll reset them back to danger because we still have all the stuff down there in the corner. We will allow all that. We will forbid the toxic waste. And we can go ahead and drop the heart onto the area here that we just freed up from the tough spike. Bulk goods trader. You are so lucky you were inches away from setting off an infestation. And I'm A-okay with that if you had. Alright, cool. So we do have it there. It's being suppressed. That needs to be suppressed. Alright, so meanwhile... Oh, schedule, danger. Go ahead and just trigger mutation. Let's see what happens. And we'll trade with you. Alright, so that was a whole mess. So take that. Take like 50 Saiti. For some extra money. We have some alpaca wool. I didn't check to see if the alpaca made it even through that. Solar energy. I will add that onto my list. We already have the air conditioning, so I could sell that to them. Take our hats and clothes and all that are worn. Take that pile of dye. Oh, nope. Both are male and our female alpaca made it. So that's good. So I'm going to need you to grab that book and haul it back. Because that's a book that could teach us how to do solar power. And none of our penalties apply to it. And you got a flesh mass stomach. Ooh boy, good times. We're going to end up having to imprison you to convert you, with as bad as our social is. Alright, so with all that said, it is getting to be about that time. But don't go anywhere, because we will go be finding someone for raid. Those are words that make a sentence, yes. But we actually had a pretty productive day. We managed to get through 2 murder spheres. We did the flesh mass thing. We had a bunch of other events we knocked out. We did a bunch of raids. Nobody died in the colony, which is always a good day. We are in progress of like redoing our base and all that. We are now at the point we literally can trigger the end game event for Anomaly. So we could literally, you know, go to here, hit the button, do the event, and go with that. I'm going to wait a little bit before we do that. I don't feel quite ready for it. I'd like to probably get rid of this bolt action for something better. But honestly, we're not in the worst setup for it, because we do have, you may not realize, but we look at our characters, other than these two who have, what we'll probably do is we'll get legs for these two, and then I think we'll go for it. But we do have Disruptor Flare Packs for literally every single person, except for our melee who use shield belts. So, yeah, no, I should hit the buttons and roll credits. Next time, yeah, we'll check that out. But with that said, I'm gonna go to our ending stream screen and find someone for us to raid. For those watching over on TikTok and YouTube, there is no such thing as raiding, so don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, do the appropriate things on your platforms. For those over here on Twitch, what is going to go end up happening is I am going to go and see who we can find to raid right now. We probably got some pretty good